This is Sparta!
Hey, boys, look what I got here.
Hey, where are the white women at?
This is Sparta!
All right. What's up, perps? So we'll give it a minute, see who all shows up, and then we're going to get into this complete shit show. And yeah, it's going to be painful. We're going to watch Biden do a couple of speeches and go through some of the crap that is falling out of his face in these speeches. Maybe we remind some people of where we're sitting at these days. So we'll see how this stream goes. I thought about doing it, I don't know, probably Sunday night, and it wouldn't have been good. And I thought about doing it last night, but I wanted to catch Crump and everybody on their podcast over on Rumble. Ended up falling asleep for a couple hours, and then woke up and then just kind of started doing more research to throw into this while I listened to them on the podcast. And they did a great show last night over on Rumble. If you're not checking that out, I'll have to post it in the chat here in a little bit. They did a great show last night, though. So we're gonna look at some of this. Whether or not I get so far into this that my channel gets banned, I don't know. I might have to shut down YouTube and just hang out on Rumble for a little while. We'll see. Because this honestly could go either way, especially with my sense of humor, especially as bad as stupid people are pissing me off these days. So anyway, let's see what we got already. We got Warsaw out there coming in with the Let's Go Brandon, of course. Tor Town's just checking in. What's up, brother Tor Town? Run Gun, he's here. So we'll see how this goes. I thought about cutting everything and doing a single video on it, and I tell you, man, I couldn't get it really boiled down and distilled like I wanted it. And I've been horrible about that for the last few months. I can't seem to get some things kind of distilled to where I can go through them and it's a coherent, progression. So we're just gonna fuck it. We're gonna run it live, just to go through these things. Because it's Polsko. What's up, brother man? Because it's just one of those things, guys, that we just went through the start of another year. And I don't know whether it's a good sign that this year started off on a Monday, to be honest with you. I think that's kind of a bad omen. But we'll see how things go. So let's see. Let me do some screen share. And oh God, where's this other one? I got so many as usual, I got so many tabs open, it's not even freaking funny. Flying Rich, what's up, my brother? Yeah, it is still kind of morning. Kind of, sort of, maybe. I'm still trying to figure it out. Like I said, I freaking, which one is it? Because there's two speeches. He gave one, the two speeches I'm looking at. Biden gave one on the 5th. And then okay, I think I got it now. Then he gave another one where, well, just like any good Democrat politician, anytime an election year rolls around, they got to go find the first black church they can jump into and start saying a bunch of stupid shit. And people buy into it. I still don't get it. People have the shortest freaking memories when it comes to how politicians treat them, and I don't get it. Good example. My wife has a Rolodex of every time I've screwed up or said something stupid, and she can pull that up like it's an indexed thing from the time we got together until now. Me, on the other hand, I can't remember last Tuesday for the most part. She pissed me off. It's kind of the way American voters are. They get treated like crap by the government. They turn right back around within a year or so, and they keep voting for these morons and thinking their vote's changing things. And yeah, this is coming from someone who always voted every chance I got. So, let's get into Dementia Joe. Yeah, big giant slushy. Yeah, it's just raining like hell out here. That's why we ended up with a day off because we had so much bad weather coming in. Kiddos were off today, and then we ended up off. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm bringing up the right one here because I've got a couple of things up. And then you guys make sure you guys let me know if you can hear this okay. I'm trying to run a couple different screens so I can keep better track of this stuff. But you guys know me, I'm a squirrel. So, sometimes I get, see something shiny and I'm off in another direction.
Thank you.
Our illustrious president, Uncle Sniffy.
Thank you. Please. Thank you. Please. Thank you very, very much. Today,
yeah, Paul, you're 100% right, brother.
Serious, and I think it needs to be made at the outset of this campaign. In the winter of 1777, was harsh and cold as the Continental Army marched to Valley Forge.
Well, this is a speech he gave on the 5th.
General George Washington knew he faced the most daunting of tasks: to fight and win a war against the most powerful empire existed in the world at the time. His mission was clear.
Audio's good. Good deal.
Liberty, not conquest. Freedom, not domination. National independence, not individual glory. America made a vow.
Play as much as I can.
Never again would we bow down to a king. Months ahead would be incredibly difficult. But General Washington knew something in his bones, something about the spirit of the troops he was leading, something about the soul of the nation he was struggling to be born. In his general order, he predicted, and I quote, "With one heart and one mind, with fortitude and with patience, they would overcome every difficulty," the troops he was leading. And they did. They did. This army that lacked blankets and food, clothes and shoes, this army whose march left bloody bare footprints in the snow, this ragtag army made up of ordinary people, their mission, George Washington declared, was nothing less than a sacred cause. That was the phrase he used, a sacred cause. Freedom, liberty, democracy, American democracy. I just visited the grounds of Valley Forge. I've been there a number of times from the time I was a Boy Scout years ago. It's the very site that I think every American should visit because it tells the story of the pain and the suffering and the true.
What's up, brother?
It took to make America. Today we gather in a new year, some 246 years later, just one day before January 6th. A date forever seared in our memory because it was on that day that we nearly lost America, lost it all. Today, we're here to answer the most important of questions. Is democracy still America's sacred cause? I mean it. This is not rhetorical, academic, or hypothetical. Whether democracy is still America's sacred cause is the most urgent question of our time. And it's what the 2024.
Is this thing lagging that bad, guys? I know my signal's in and out because of these storms, but hopefully it's not lagging too horribly.
Election is all about. The choice is clear. Donald Trump's campaign is about him, not America, not you. Donald Trump's campaign is obsessed with the past, not the future. He's willing to sacrifice our democracy, put himself in power.
As long as it's good for you.
Our campaign is different. For me and Kamala, our campaign is about America. It's about you. It's about every age and background that occupy this country. It's about the future we're going to continue to build together. And our campaign is about preserving and strengthening our American democracy. 3 years ago tomorrow, we saw with our own eyes the violent mob storm the United States Capitol. It was almost in disbelief as you first turned on the television. For the first time in our history, insurrectionists had come to stop the peaceful transfer of power in America. First time. Smashing windows, shattering doors, attacking the police. Outside, gallows were erected as the MAGA crowd chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." Inside, they hunted for Speaker Pelosi. The House was chanting as they marched through and smashed windows, "Where's Nancy?" Over 140 police officers were injured. Jill and I attended the funeral of police officers who died as a result of the events of that day.
This dude's so full of shit.
Because of Donald Trump's lies. They died because he
Shauna, what's up, my sister?
To Washington. He promised it would be wild, and it was. He told the crowd to fight like hell, and all hell was unleashed. He promised he would right them. Everything they did, he would be side by side with them. Then, as usual, he left the dirty work to others. He retreated to the White House. As America was attacked from within, Donald Trump watched on TV in the private small dining room off the Oval Office. The entire nation watched in horror. The whole world watched in disbelief. And Trump did nothing. Members of his staff, members of his family, Republican leaders who were under attack.
Okay, I got to hit this real quick. Because one, and yeah, you caught that too, flying? Yeah, off my Oval Office? Dude, eat a bag, man. It's not your Oval Office, you dipshit. But this gets even worse, man. This rolls and goes even further. I mean, dementia ain't even got rolling yet. But Trump was the one who wanted extra security. He's the one who wanted the National Guard there. Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats shut that down. That's documented. Even they even had to admit that in the hearings over Jan 6. And we're going to look at some other stuff. I got other things we're going to look at as far as Jan 6 goes and the election stuff, which is probably where I'm going to get myself in some of the biggest trouble with this. But every word falling out of his face so far is a lie. And it's not even a little lie. It's an absolute lie. And the people on Jan 6 did not get violent until, one, they reacted to the police escalating things, and two, you had people in the crowd like Ray Epps and others, a couple others, that were instigating everything. And if you've ever seen a crowd change, for better or for worse sometimes, it doesn't take much for a person to instigate a crowd to go in one direction or the other. I watched live streams that whole day. Multiple live streams. I mean, I had freaking God knows how many tabs open on my computer, bouncing back and forth, watching that shit from every damn angle. I watched guys defend the police. I watched guys, there was one I can remember where a lady had a knife. There was a weapon there, but she had a bunch of people standing around her in Trump hats and everything, screaming, saying to the police, "This lady has a knife." calling her out, telling her to put it away, saying it wasn't, this wasn't supposed to get violent. That's what the crowd was yelling. Once the police escalated things, yes, people got violent, but it was reactionary. It's also why when they did their Jan 6 hearings, when they had like 400,000 hours of raw tape, they didn't want that shit out there. They didn't want to see that. They didn't want to see a cop go up where someone wasn't acting violent and the cop attacked them, then the cop get his ass beat, and then people from the crowd pick the cop back up and put his ass back in the line and go, hey, man, just don't do that. We're not here to get violent, but we will defend ourselves. When he's talking about gallows being erected, you couldn't have hung a fucking midget on those gallows. But when they took the pictures of them, they tried to take them from an angle to make the gallows look bigger. You could barely stand on the thing. Matter of fact, the pictures of the dude actually standing on, he was above the top rail for the gallows. In other words, he was above where the rope was hanging. He couldn't have sat down on the gallows and hung somebody. So, yeah, let me let this play some more. This one could get rough, kids.
At that very moment, pled with him. Act.
Be right
Call
back.
off the mob. Imagine had he gone out and said, stop. And still, Trump did nothing. It was among the worst derelictions of duty by a president in American history. An attempt to overturn a free and fair election by force and violence. A record 81 million people voted for my candidacy and to end his presidency. Trump lost the popular vote by 7 million. Trump's claims about the 2020 election never could stand up in court. Trump lost 60 court cases, 60. Trump lost to Republican-controlled states. Trump lost before a Trump-appointed judge and then judges. And Trump lost before the United States Supreme Court. All of it, he lost. Trump lost recount after recount after recount and state after state. But in desperation and weakness, Trump and his MAGA followers went after election officials who ensured.
Martin Fink, what's up, my brother?
These public servants had their lives forever upended by attacks and death threats for simply doing their jobs.
Yeah, doing their job.
Georgia,
Democrats, maybe.
A brave black mother and her daughter, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, were doing their jobs electing workers until Donald Trump and his MAGA followers targeted and threatened them, forcing them from their homes and unleashing racist vitriol on them.
There wasn't
Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, was just hit with a $148 million judgment for cruelty and defamation that he inflicted against them. Other state and local elected officials across the country faced similar personal attacks. In addition, Fox News agreed to pay a record $787 million for the lies they told about voter fraud. Let's be clear about the 2020 election. Trump exhausted every legal avenue available to him to overturn the election, every one. But the legal path just took Trump back to the truth, that I'd won the election and he was a loser.
And if you believe that, you're an idiot.
Well, so knowing how his mind works now, he had one act left, one desperate act.
Matter of fact, because I think he mentions it right here. Let me show you guys something real quick. Let me share this tab. So, one of the challenges to what went on in 2020 was challenges to Pennsylvania. Bring this up mo bigger so we can see this. do that. So what Pennsylvania did was basically change the rules on voting and absentee voting. And this is going to tie into another thing here in a little bit, which was unconstitutional according to their state constitution. When this was challenged, and this went up to the Supreme Court, when this was challenged before the election results, the people challenging this were told, you can't challenge it. You don't have standing. You haven't been injured yet. So the merits of the case were never heard. Case was just thrown out. Judges said you don't have standing. When it went to the Supreme Court, there were 3 justices, Clarence Thomas being one, that wanted to take these, actually hear them on the merits, so that if something was, done, then there could be a remedy. But good old Justice Roberts and, of course, the leftist judges on the court said, no, we're not going to take that. Justice Thomas, which one is it? This one. Let me see. Let me read this real quick. So Justice Thomas, dissenting from the other justices not wanting to take the case when they denied certiorari, the Constitution gives each, and this is part of what he wrote, the Constitution gives each state legislature authority to determine the manner of federal elections. So they determine the manner of them. Now, the Fed still has kind of controlling interest in federal elections. Yet, both before and after the 2020 election, non-legislative officials, in other words, people who didn't have the power to do so, in various states took it upon themselves to set the rules instead. So they didn't go through a legislative process. They just said, this is the way we're going to do it. States took it upon themselves to set the rules instead. As a result, we received an unusually high number of petitions and emergency applications contesting those changes. These petitions here present a clear example. The Pennsylvania legislature established an unambiguous deadline for receiving mail-in ballots, which is 8 p.m. on election day. Dissatisfied, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, again, not a legislative body, extended that by 3 days. It actually went way over 3 days to receive these. Court also ordered officials to count ballots received by the new deadline, even if there was no evidence such a postmark. They actually went back in and postmarked things, post-dated them, that ballots were mailed by election day. So in other words, people brought ballots in that weren't even mailed before the election day. On election day, they sent the shit in whenever. And there is more proof that there was a lot of other ballots that showed up. The ballots were mailed by election day. That decision to rewrite the rules seems to have affected too few ballots to change the outcome of any federal election. I will disagree with them on that, because of thousands of ballots that we were talking about. But that may not have been the case for the future. And see, even if nothing changed in 2020, if they had addressed this then we could have had some faith in the 24 elections. But nothing changed. In fact, Democrats were fighting to make it easier to cheat. Drop boxes, all that kind of shit. So Thomas is over here. He's laying this out that, yes, this was a valid challenge. Sure, might not have changed anything, but hey, if we address it now, then, we won't have to address it later. Matter of fact, Thomas went so far as to say, if we don't address this now, when will we address this? And the point is, they're not going to address it because we don't have fair elections anymore. We more than likely haven't for a very long time. But, this was just more proof that These people like this don't want fair elections. They don't want open elections.
Available to the violence of January the 6th. And since that day, more than 1,200 people have been charged for their assault on the Capitol. Nearly 900 of them have been convicted or pled guilty. Collectively, to date, they have been sentenced to more than 840 years in prison.
Well, he can stand there. He can stand there and tell these lies because there are people out there who believe this shit. They suck it up like a Hoover vacuum cleaner. I mean, they're practically just deep throating this dude. Because it was their side, their side that won. They don't care as long as they win. They absolutely don't care. Matter of fact, we're going to look at it after we get done watching a lot of Biden video. I've got it pulled up on C-SPAN where the senators and Congress people got back to the House floor. And your major leaders of even the Republican Party basically told you to sit down, shut up, and fucking take it.
What's Trump done? Instead of calling them criminals,
Red Dawn, what's up, brother?
He's called these insurrectionists patriots. They're patriots. And he promised to pardon them if he returns to office. Trump said that there was a lot of love on January the 6th.
Now, he's bragging about a bunch of people serving a ton of prison time
nation,
for trespassing on public property.
Saw a lot of hate and violence.
Parading.
A police officer called it a medieval battle. That same officer was called vile racist names. He said he was more afraid in the capital of the United States.
After all the live streams I watched that day, I didn't hear not one person get called a racist
name. When he
name.
was fighting as a soldier in the war in Iraq, he was more afraid inside the halls of Congress than fighting in the war in Iraq. And trying to rewrite the facts of January 6th, Trump is trying to steal history.
While he's rewriting the facts of January 6th and rewriting history.
But we knew the truth because we saw it with our own eyes. So it wasn't like a story being told. It was on television repeatedly. We saw it with our own eyes. Trump's mob wasn't a peaceful protest. It was a violent assault. They were insurrectionists, not patriots. They weren't there to uphold the Constitution. They were there to destroy the Constitution.
Dang old Matt, what's up, brother?
Trump won't do what an American president must do. He refuses to denounce political violence. So hear me clearly.
Coming from people who freaking bailed out rioters that
never,
down
ever
business.
Acceptable in the United States political system. Never, never, never. It has no place in a democracy. None. You can't be pro.
Oh, that's a good view to stop this on. But one, the Democrats have always supported political violence when it met their means or their ends. They always have. They've always started up. Democrats have always supported political violence. He's over here telling you, and what you have to understand is basically reality is the exact opposite of what this dickhead's telling you. He is lying dead to your face. He knows he's lying dead to your face. He knows the Democrats are the ones rewriting history. And we see it all the time if you're actually informed and paying attention. You see these people rewrite history. Why do you think they want to tear down monuments and things like that? Why do you think they want to go after the founders now? People who actually fought for independence. Why do you think they want to trash their reputations? Why do you think they call things a democracy now? When our founders are the ones who warned us against democracy. They said democracy was a bigger threat to liberty than any standing army. And now we hear from them and a bunch of people on the right is democracy, democracy, democracy. We were never meant to be a democracy. Democracy is mob rule, which is what these people want, because they know there's more ignorant sons of bitches in the United States that will side with them than people who are actually informed. They know there are more people terrified of their own shadows that want the government to come save them than people who actually believe in freedom. Because freedom, guess what, is dangerous. But he's going to lie his ass off. And there's clapping seals out there all through here. Just, yeah, 4 more years. Oh, Biden's so good. Telling you, short memories.
Insurrectionist and pro-American. You know, Trump and his MAGA supporters not only embrace political violence, but they laugh about it. At his rally, he talks about an intruder whipped up by the big Trump lie, a hammer to Paul Pelosi's skull, and echoing the very same words used on January 6th.
You guys catch this?
Where's Nancy?
So again, talk about rewriting and whitewashing history. Paul Pelosi, naked in his home with another dude, getting hit in the head with a hammer. You tell me this dude's spouting MAGA shit now? It's astounding to me that there is a large portion of our population that actually believes this horse shit. Man, dude, I'm kind of not necessarily in the hills, but my happy ass is out in the country, so it's probably why my internet's so goofy sometimes at these storms. But it baffles me how they just rewrite history in real time. The media lets them just run free with this shit. Of course, the media supports it. What most people don't understand is the media, which are our corporations themselves, large corporations, the extremely globalists, and our government all work together.
And he thinks that's funny. He laughed about it. What a sick. My God. I think it's despicable, seriously. Not just for a president, for any person to say that. But to say it to the whole world listening. When I was overseas, anyway. Trump's assault on democracy isn't just part of his past. It's what he's promising for the future.
Good deal, Red Dawn.
He's not hiding the ball. His first rally for the 2024 campaign opened with a choir of January 6th insurrectionists singing from prison on a cell phone.
Although not a single one was charged with
images of the January 6th riot played on a big screen behind him at his rally. Can you believe that? This is like something out of a fairy tale. Bad fairy tale. Trump began his 2024 campaign by glorifying the failed violent insurrection on our Capitol. The guy who claims law and order.
Let me see who's calling me, guys. Give me a sec.
Trump's not concerned about your future, I promise you. Trump is now promising a full-scale campaign of revenge and retribution, his words, for some years to come. They were his words, not mine. He went on to say he'd be a dictator on day one. I mean, if I were writing a book of fiction, I said an American president said that. and not in jest. He called in, I quote,
Get more dumbass.
termination, quote, this is a quote, the termination of all the rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the U.S. Constitution, should be terminated if it fits his will. It's really kind of hard to believe. Even found in the Constitution?
Like, this guy gives a shit about your constitutional rights.
He's threatened the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff with the death penalty. Says he should be put to death because the chairman put
I'm not
his
saying
oath to
he's
the
wrong.
Constitution ahead of his personal loyalty to Trump. This is coming from a president who called when he visited cemeteries.
And this is another fucking lie.
Dead soldiers, suckers, and losers. Remember that?
Yeah. No, we don't remember that because he never said it, you fuck. And it was proven to be false.
Sometimes I'm really happy the Irish of me can't be seen. It was right around the time I was at Bo's grave, Tommy. How dare he? Who in God's name does he think he is? With former aides, Trump plans to invoke the Insurrection Act, which will allow him to deploy, which is not allowed to do in ordinary circumstances, allow him to deploy U.S. military forces on the streets of America. He said it. He calls those who oppose him vermin. He talks about the blood of America as being poisoned, echoing the same exact language used in Nazi Germany.
See, this
He proudly posts on social media the words
when you don't have
that
an
best
honest
describe
meeting.
his 2024 campaign. Quote, revenge, quote, power, and quote, dictatorship. There's no confusion about who Trump is.
And nobody calls him on
to
it.
do.
Nobody of any consequence.
I placed my hand on our family Bible, and I swore an oath on the very same steps of the Capitol.
These people that swear an oath to defend the Constitution, but in the same respect, fuck your constitutional rights if they don't like.
City, whose streets were lined with National Guard to prevent another attack. I saw an American that had been pushed to the brink. America that has been pushed to the brink.
Who's pushing it to the brink?
But I felt enormous pride. Not in winning. I felt enormous
It's not us who want freedom.
Because American democracy had been.
And there we go. American democracy, American democracy, American democracy.
When Trump had seen weakness in our democracy.
I'd like to see him try to spell Bible, Red Dawn, because he'd probably fuck it up so bad it'd sound like telephone book or something.
Your integrity, American strength and integrity. Ordinary citizens.
Glad I'm just drinking coffee right now.
The American judicial system had put the Constitution first, and sometimes at their peril. At their peril.
The same
because of them,
judiciary he's talking
because
about
of you,
that refuses to acknowledge your Second Amendment rights. The same
not the
judiciary
anger of the mob or the appetites of one man. When the attack on January 6th happened, there were
So the same judiciary doesn't give a shit about your constitutional rights, doesn't give a shit what the Constitution says, not your Second Amendment. They don't give a shit about illegal searches and seizures if they're the ones who are doing it. The same people that would support government agencies, ATF, FBI, going in and murdering people. And that's exactly what happened in a few cases. But they're going to whitewash that history too. The same people that support a government that would take a normally law-abiding citizen and throw them in prison. Basically setting them up and throwing them in prison, saying they have machine guns when they don't. Navy guy selling legal products, bought legal products, firearms parts, sold legal products, firearms parts. This guy supports a DOJ who set that dude up and is putting his ass in prison, even though he didn't break a single fucking law. Matt Hoover and others in prison, even though they didn't break a single fucking law. And there's many others. There are a lot of people from Jan 6 that are in prison right now. Break any laws. They didn't harm anybody. They had nerve enough to walk in a building owned by the fucking people and wave flags. I've read the charging documents from a lot of those people. I finally had to quit reading them because it made me sick to my goddamn stomach. Oh, they pushed an officer. Okay. Did you go in and show that they were doing that unprovoked? No. What happened in a lot of those cases is officers escalated something and then people reacted. Yeah, I mean, there's some, it makes no sense sometimes, Ron, because there are people that will get convicted of stupid shit, Glock switches, doing kind of shootings and shit like that, get very little time. And you've got people that have never hurt another single living being on this planet, and they're getting decades. And yeah, Matt, you're right. Now they want to go after people who were just in the area. And you have large corporations like, was it America, Bank America, whatever, who gave the federal government people's banking records, no subpoena necessary, just gave them the shit, anybody who was in that area. And also gave them any kind of firearms transactions those people had made on those accounts, even if it was months, years out from January 6th. I can't stress it enough just how illegal that was, but the government did it with this corporation. The invasions of privacy there are insane. But hey, January 6th, these erectionists.
There was no doubt about the truth. At the time, even Republican members of Congress and Fox News commentators publicly and privately condemned the attack. As one Republican senator said, Trump's behavior was embarrassing and humiliating for the country. And now that same senator and those same people have changed their tune. As time has gone on, politics, fear, money, all have intervened. And now these MAGA voices who know the truth about Trump on January 6th have abandoned the truth and abandoned the democracy. They made their choice. Now the rest of us, Democrats, independents, mainstream Republicans, we have to make our choice. I know mine.
Oh, we know your choice.
I know America's. We'll defend the truth.
That's
not give into the big lie.
Oh yeah, he'll defend it.
We'll embrace the Constitution and the Declaration, not abandon it.
By not letting people hear it.
We'll honor the sacred cause of democracy, not walk away from it.
We don't have a sacred cause for democracy.
I make this sacred pledge to you: the defense, protection, and preservation of American democracy would remain as it has been the central cause of my presidency.
And see, he's telling the truth there, baby, because he wants that democracy. He wants that mob rule.
America, as we begin this election year, we must be clear. Democracy is on the ballot. Your freedom is on the ballot.
Oh, yeah. And if you vote for democracy, your freedom's toast.
Yes, we'll be voting on many issues. On the freedom to vote and have your vote counted.
What you doing, Wub?
On the freedom of choice. The freedom to have a fair shot. The freedom from fear. And we'll debate and disagree. Without democracy, no progress is possible. Think about it. The alternative democracy is dictatorship. The rule of one, not the rule of we, the people.
Again, let's rewrite history here.
Understood. So what's me? What we have to understand as well. We've been blessed so long with a strong, stable democracy. It's easy to forget why so many before us risked their lives and strengthened democracy. What our lives would be without it. Democracy means having the freedom to speak your mind.
Yeah, if you're part of the mob.
To be who you want to be. Democracy is about being able to bring about peaceful change.
No, it's not.
Democracy is how we open the doors of opportunity wider and wider with each successive generation, notwithstanding our mistakes. But if democracy falls, we'll lose that freedom.
Yeah, we'll get a republic back where everybody's represented.
If you doubt me, look around the world. Travel with me as I meet with other heads of state throughout the world. Look at the authoritarian leaders and dictators Trump says he admires. He out loud says he admires. Won't go through them all. It'll take too long. Look, remember how he refers to what he calls love letter exchanges between he and the dictator of North Korea? Those women and men out there in the audience who ever fought for the American military, did you ever believe you'd hear a president say something like that?
Rewriting history in real time.
His admiration.
Backed up by the media.
I could go on.
And an overwhelming majority of useful fucking idiots.
To limit freedom in their countries. They're limiting freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom to assemble, women's rights, LGBTQ rights. People are going to jail. So much more. It's true, the push and pull of American history is not a fairy tale. Every stride forward in America is met with ferocious backlash many times from those who fear progress and those who exploit that fear for their own personal gain.
His version of progress
From
is
those
complete
who
government
traffic in
control.
lies, told for power and profit. For those who are driven by grievance and grift, consumed by conspiracy and victimhood. From those who seek to bury history and ban books. Everything could be in a political event, talking about book banning for the presidential election.
Coming from a dude who's always been with a party who doesn't even want a Bible in a school, but you want things about kids performing oral sex on one another in elementary schools. The insanity of this and the fact that people believe this absolute potato. America's lost its ever-loving fucking mind. If we held the constitutional standards, we'd be in pretty damn good shape. But the thing is, our Constitution doesn't have any teeth built into it when these assholes just rewrite history or go against what is actually written in the Constitution. There's no teeth there. So they do this. And you got judges who uphold unconstitutional decisions all the time. Nothing happens to them. They're not thrown off the bench. There are people sitting in prison today for unconstitutional laws that have been upheld by the courts. Nothing happens to those judges. Nothing happens to the people who wrote those laws. You wonder how we hit a situation where this country is just so up, it's not even funny anymore. Coming from someone who's got 2 young kids growing up right now. that I want growing up in a free country. But I don't have a whole lot of hope for the way this is going these days. And when he tells you they're defending democracy and all that, that's exactly what they're doing. They're defending mob rule. They're defending the absolute anti-cause of freedom. I gotta stop that thought right there.
The choice and contest between those forces, those competing forces, between solidarity and division is perennial. But this time it's so different. You can't have a contest. You can't have a contest if you see politics as an all-out war instead of a peaceful way to resolve our differences. All-out war is what Trump wants. That's why he doesn't understand the most fundamental truth about this country. Unlike other nations on earth, America is not built on ethnicity, religion, geography.
It kind of was built on all those things, you jackass.
Built on an idea. Not hyperbole, built on an idea.
The idea of free exercise.
We hold these truths to be self-evident.
The idea of
all men and women are
cultures
created.
coming together.
It's an idea.
For the cause of freedom.
Declared in the Declaration. Created in a way that we viewed everybody as equal and should be treated equal throughout their lives. We've never fully lived up to that. We have a long way to go.
Yeah, Bart, you ain't wrong.
Never
those were some big damn shoes to fill, too, to be worse than Carter.
Away from it. And I promise you, I will not let Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans force us to walk away now.
He's not lying with that promise either.
We're living in an era where a determined minority is doing everything in its power to try to destroy our democracy for their own agenda. The American people know it, and they're standing bravely in breach. Remember after 2020, January 6th insurrection to undo the election in which more Americans had voted than any other in American history?
Yeah, right.
America saw the threat posed to the country, and they voted them out. In 2022, historic midterm election, in state after state, election after election, the election deniers were defeated. Now in 2024, Trump is running as the denier-in-chief, the election denier-in-chief. Once again, he's saying he won't honor the results of the election if he loses. Trump says he doesn't understand. Well, he still doesn't understand the basic truth. That is, you can't love your country only when you win. You can't love your country only when you win.
Coming from people who trash this country,
I'll keep my commitment to be president for all of America,
okay.
Whether you voted for me or not. I've done it for the last 3 years, and I'll continue to do it. Together, we can keep proving that America is still a country that believes in decency, dignity, honesty, honor, truth.
Coming from a group of people who believe that children should get sex changes, that people can just spontaneously change their gender, that the government is the answer to all the ills. That your rights are subject to the government, not that the government is subject to you. And see, in his next speech we're going to watch, he gets even further into the woods of just rewriting history. It's baffling to me. But and I've said it before, the one of the reasons, one of the ways we get into this era that we're in now is the leftists completely took over the education system now about 70 years ago. The radicals took over. They produced radicals. Those radicals took over. Those radicals produced even more radicals. To where you have people openly socialists and communists openly serving in our government. People are absolutely antithetical to the causes of freedom. This is a government that make no mistake, they would murder you in a heartbeat and not even break a sweat.
We still believe that no one, not even the president, is above the law. We still believe the vast majority of us still believe that everyone deserves a fair shot at making it.
Say hi to everybody.
We're still a nation that gives hate no safe harbor. I tell you from my experience working with leaders around the world, and I mean this sincerely, not a joke, that America is still viewed as the beacon of democracy for the world. I can't tell you how many world leaders, and I know all of them, virtually all of them, grab my arm in private and say, "You can't win. Tell me." No, my country will be at risk. Think of how many countries, Tom.
All these world leaders supposedly grabbing him by the arm. Oh, our country will be at risk if Trump wins. Yeah, they might be at risk at not getting the free money from the United States. They might not be at risk at our troops not dying on their soil for whatever reason. Come on now, bud. It might not be at risk of, I don't know, us being a free country, being a world leader again, being respected. I see, buddy. Go on. Yeah. Again, little ones like this one are the reason this drives me so insane. America's not a free country, man. We just got the prettiest bars on our cage. And I've said that before, and that is the absolute truth. You're lied to every single day by politicians like this. And there are a vast majority of Americans who believe this shit. No proof of election fraud. Oh, wait a second. We'll look at it on the next Biden speech because he gets into that. And he mentions old Ruby from Fulton County, Georgia, her and her daughter again. And I went to the Wayback Machine and pulled something up for that too. Man.
I mean, you know that are on the edge. Imagine. We still believe in we the people. And that includes all of us, not some of us. Let me close with this.
Red Dawn, you're right about that.
In the cold winter of 1777, George Washington.
Now he's back to cross the Delaware.
And his American troops in Valley Forge waged the battle on behalf of a revolutionary idea. That everyday people, like where I come from and the vast majority of you.
Those everyday people were insurrectionists, you douchebag.
Without a king or a dictator. In fact, in the rotunda of the Capitol, there's a giant painting of General George Washington, not President Washington. And he is resigning his commission as commander-in-chief of the Continental Army.
And make no mistake, Washington became a fucking dictator.
After he won the revolution, now's the time for him to declare his kingship. But instead, the mob that attacked the Capitol, waving Trump flags and Confederate flags, stormed right past that portrait. That image of George Washington gave them no pause, but it should have. The artist who painted that portrait memorialized that moment because he said it was, quote, one of the highest moral lessons ever given to the world, end of quote. George Washington was the height of his power, having just defeated the most powerful empire on earth.
Look at the Whiskey Rebellion. Then tell me a little bit more about George Washington.
He wanted. He could have made himself not a future president, but a future monarch, in effect. And by the way, when he got elected president, he could have stayed for 2, 3, 4, 5 terms till he died. But that wasn't the America he and the American troops at Valley Forge had fought for.
We weren't America at the time.
In America.
We were a conglomerate of states.
Genuine leaders, democratic leaders with a small d. Don't hold on to power relentlessly.
Oh, he's a big D.
Our leaders return power to the people, and they do it willingly, because that's the deal.
There's no power for the people.
You do your duty. You serve your country. And ours is a country worthy of service, as many Republican presidents and Democratic presidents have shown over the years. We're not perfect, but at our best, we face head on the good, the bad, the truth.
No, you don't.
Of who we are. We look in the mirror and ultimately never pretend we're something we're not. That's what great nations do.
Stuff from this speech tied into the next speech that we'll
greatest
hit.
nation on the face of the earth. We really are. That's the America I see in our future. We get up. We carry on. We never bow. We never bend. We speak of possibilities, not carnage. We're not weighed down by grievances. We don't foster fear. We don't walk around as victims. We take charge of our destiny. We get our job done with the help of the people we find in America, who find their place.
Politicians are the biggest victim mentality pushing sons of bitches on this planet.
That not only they, but all people deserve a shot at. We don't believe, none of you believe America's failing. We know America's winning.
Pretty much has.
That's American patriotism. It's not winning because of Joe Biden. It's winning. This is the first national election since January 6th. Insurrection placed a dagger at the throat of American democracy since that moment.
If you believe America was so weak that January 6th almost ended it.
Who are we? That's what's at stake. Who are we? In the year ahead, as you talk to your family and friends, cast your ballots. The power is in your hands. After all we've been through in our history, from independence to civil war to 2 world wars to a pandemic to insurrection, I refuse to believe that in 2024 we Americans.
This is going to be one of his canned speeches for the next few months.
Freedom, liberty, democracy is still a sacred cause.
You can't have freedom.
And there's no country in the world better positioned to lead the world than America.
Okay, let me say this for the fucking cheap seats. You can't have freedom and democracy. Doesn't work that way. Democracy, which is what these people want, is how you end up with a government in control of every single part of your life. It's how you end up with a criminal code so bloated and overexpanded that most people are breaking laws they don't even fucking know about. And if they decide, or if the state decided to prosecute them on them laws or those laws, even if you don't know about them, the courts are going to tell you that ignorance of the law is no excuse. All these prohibitum laws about guns and all this other shit, and even drugs, are absolute horseshit. Think you live in a free country. In a lot of states, grow a pot plant. Go make moonshine. Now, you can make wine, but if you distill spirits, it's still illegal. Why? This shit's all about control. Morning Star, what's up, brother man? No, that's his weird face, bro. Yeah. This dude's an absolute fucking clown. In Morningstar, you're right. Liberty, freedom is an opposing force to government. It's the way it was supposed to be. That's why the people were supposed to be armed as well, if not better, than the government, so that there was a check on their power. People don't realize that. People have no concept of history. People have no concept of what it meant to tell a king, you can go eat a bag of dicks and we're going to be free. And we got plenty of arms to be able to stand up against you. Joe Biden now, well, you need F-22s. You need all this other shit. Yeah, tell that to Afghanistan, Vietnam, Iraq, many other small conflicts around the world that have stood up to the might of the American military. And I've got news for a lot of folks. The vast majority of our military aren't going to deploy on American soil against Americans who want freedom. Will there be some? Yeah, there will be. Why? Because their state is pricks. Just like there are cops who enforce unconstitutional laws all the time. And their excuse is, well, it's the law. Yeah, but you took an oath to uphold a constitution, not to uphold a law. And make no mistake, this motherfucker drone strike you in a hurry on American soil and would not give a shit.
Why? I've said it many times. That's why I've never been more optimistic about our future. And I've been doing this a hell of a long time. Just to remember who we are, with patience and fortitude, with one heart. We are the United States of America, for God's sake. I mean it. There is nothing. I believe with every fiber, there is nothing beyond our capacity if we act together and decently with one another. Nothing.
Yeah, well, we're going to hit some of that too, Barton.
We're the only nation in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than we went into that crisis.
No, government came out stronger, not the people.
That was true yesterday.
And it's supposed to be the other way around.
And I guarantee you will be true tomorrow. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Coming from a guy who has no respect for God whatsoever. Coming from a guy who supports a party that is absolutely against anything that would even be considered to be a biblical principle. So we're going to stop this one. We're going to go to his next speech. So he gave that one on the 5th. He gave this next one a couple days later because, of course, it was a black church and he had to go run over there and go race bait everybody and remind everybody that's black, hey, you're not black if you don't vote for me. Barnaby, what's up, brother man? So we're going to move on to the next speech.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go to my head. Please. Thank you. Jim, you know, just say one thing about what Jim has been talking about that confuses me about our Republican friends sometimes, the MAGA Republican. No, I mean, it's
MAGA.
every one of the things that Jim mentioned saves the American taxpayer billions of dollars. You realize if you have a prescription drug from any major drug company in America, I can take you to Toronto, Canada, London, Rome, any major capital in the world and buy the same exact drug for sometimes half the price that you get here. Look, folks.
Okay. So just to hit on this point real quick, you wonder why we pay such high prices for medications inside the United States? Because the people who manufacture these medications sell them globally. And when other countries price fix, they push that cost off onto the American people because we are supposedly a free economy. Not to mention litigation involved with medications. We pay for the majority of development for medications because other countries, I'm sure, ain't footing the bill on that shit. So yeah, we pay a higher cost because other countries push that cost off on us. But they're all about that shit.
When the federal government, through Medicare, doesn't have to pay out as much money, it means taxpayers pay less money because you fund the federal government. You fund Medicare.
I don't fund it willingly.
Confuse me. They talk about
fund it because you steal my money at the point of a gun and threaten to ruin my life or throw me in jail if I don't pay your fucking blackmail.
I don't quite get these guys. Thank you, Jim, for your friendship and above all for your fellowship. And Bishop Green, thank you for those kind words. I mean that sincerely. And thank you, Reverend Manning, for the shepherd of this house to allow me to stand at this podium once again. And all the faithful of Mother Emanuel and distinguished guests. I was talking downstairs. I've spent more time in the Bethel AME Church in Wilmington, Delaware than I have than most people I know, black or white, have spent in that church. Because that's why I started a civil. No, I'm serious. I started a civil.
No, I'm serious. Almost anytime he says that, you know he's fucking lying.
10 o'clock service with the Reverend who was then running the church is now the bishop. She's a bishop, and I'm told
this guy's always been a vile human being, an absolute racist,
the point is that I've been
sexist, sexual abuser.
It's at moments of joy and great joy, and moments of great pain, moments of unbearable loss. On June 17, 2015, the beautiful souls, five survivors, invited a stranger into this church to pray with them. The word of God was pierced by bullets and hate and rage.
This is where we get into the race bait a little more.
Not just gunpowder, but by a poison. Poison that has for too long haunted this nation. What is that poison? White supremacy. Oh, it is. It's a poison throughout our history.
Let me hit this real quick. Yes, there are racists in the United States. There are racists of every color in the United States. There are black racists, white racists, Korean racists, Mexican racists, you name it. They're all ignorant as a motherfucker. They're all worthless people. But in a country of 300 and by the time you factor in everybody that's here, we're probably looking at 370 million people. There aren't enough actual white racists in the United States to keep a fucking Walmart busy on a Sunday afternoon. Those people are idiots. They're absolutely vile people. And that cocksucker's one of them. And he always has been. This is a dude who, when Clarence Thomas was up for the Supreme Court, made every attempt to take a black person who had the gall to not buy the Democrat line and tried to destroy the man. And they're still trying to destroy the man. I don't think Justice Thomas is perfect, but I've read a lot of his decisions, and he's making them based on the Constitution, which is something these leftists can't stand. Again, going back to before, when Justice Thomas and 2 other justices on the Supreme Court actually wanted to take up a lot of this election stuff, they were shut down by Roberts and the leftists on the courts. So that nothing was fixed after 2020. Matter of fact, things will be worse in 2024 because nothing was addressed in 2020. Thomas and other justices wanted to address things then. Biden and the rest of our rulers basically told you to sit down, shut up, fucking take it. They don't care. You're going to hear more about this white supremacy crap, and they've been pushing it, and it's out there. There are bills in Congress right now pushing the shit. Talking about white supremacy, racist attacks, but they never really break down numbers. Matter of fact, a lot of the so-called racist attacks that they're trying to push off on people who kind of look like me were people doing things to other people, and neither one of them were white. Coming from people like the Black Hebrew Israelites, killing Jews in New York. Black people attacking Asian people, beating the ever-living hell out of them, and then getting off scot-free, even though they did it on video. But see, that goes against the narrative that it's all this white racism. And people eat it up because people are idiots. What's going on, Brother Oz?
Let's rip this nation apart. This has no place in America.
And let's not forget the dude who shot them in that church.
From that day, this nation saw
wouldn't have been able to have a gun except for the failures of government.
Demonstrate one of the greatest acts of strength I have ever seen. I mean it sincerely from the bottom of the act of forgiveness, the act of grace.
Tactical Fudd, what's up, brother?
It was as President Obama sang from here, Amazing Grace. It changed hearts. You did something that may not have happened but for your courage. You brought down the Confederate flag in South Carolina. You brought it down. No, you did. And you helped the nation heal. You showed what America can overcome, what we can be when we want to be something. I'm deeply humbled to speak from this same pulpit, my friend, and he was a friend, Reverend Pinckney, spoke from. We all miss him, none more than his family and this congregation. But just as all the families of the Emanuel Nine miss the pieces of their soul that they lost that day, we also have been together at moments of unbearable loss for my family. 2 days after the service of Reverend
this is another absolute horseshit lie.
My son and I, my surviving son and I came back. My family worshiped with you.
His crackhead son.
Service to show our solidarity. But my family also needed to be healed. We didn't even realize how badly. Just 22 days before we had buried my son, Bo, a veteran exposed and died because of those burn pits in Iraq.
Dude's death had jack shit to do with burn pits.
We were in more pain than we knew.
But it's just another lie.
We came here to offer comfort, to receive comfort from you.
Just like he lies about the truck driver and the accident that ended up killing his family.
Spent time with the families, visited Reverend Pinckney's office, visited the memorial for the victims outside. I grew stronger. My son, my family grew stronger. We prayed together. We grieved together. We found hope together, for real, for real. And it reminds me that through our pain, each of us must find purpose. For me, that purpose
is lying.
A life worthy of my son Bo. I mean it sincerely. For you, that purpose is for
his purpose is making money while selling this country out.
To make them proud. So many of you were there for us during that loss, including my dear friend Jim and Emily Coffin. Miss Emily, I miss. People of deep faith. Jim, a great public servant, the best friend you could ever have. Jim, I'm thinking Emily.
How does so-called people of deep faith support the Democrat Party?
She was special. And that bond you shared was something to behold. As many of you know, Jim is a teacher and a student of history. He knows the power of history. He knows the power of truth and the power of lies. He knows what happens when people are allowed to whitewash history, erase history,
and again,
bury history.
They whitewash history.
What the Bible teaches. We shall know the truth, and the truth shall set us free.
This guy wouldn't know the truth, but sat on his face and started to wiggle.
Is under assault in America. As a consequence, so is our freedom, our democracy, our very country, because without the truth, there's no...
Again, talk about whitewashing history and whitewashing the truth. You can't have freedom in democracy. Democracy is not freedom. In democracy, if I get 51% of the population to agree to something, I can take the other 49% of the population shit. That's democracy. It's not freedom. Matter of fact, in a democracy, if I just get a really loud 30% of the population, I can go take the other 70% of the population shit. Democracy and freedom cannot exist in the same reality. And he's fixing to whitewash a bunch more history here.
Light. Without light, there's no path from this darkness.
Oh, yeah. And here we go with the fucking Palestinian shit.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Now, just to make another point real fast while these jackasses are out here screaming ceasefire now, these people will support Hamas. That's separate from the Palestinian people. These people will support Hamas, who murder innocent civilians. Now, I'm no fan of everything Israel does. But Hamas going in and attacking Israel, and then Israel going in and defending itself, and then finally getting tired of enough shit that they're going to go ahead and wipe Hamas off the damn planet. Well, Hamas fucked around and they're finding out. But these people will support Hamas. But January 6 people who weren't violent, no, they're terrorists and they deserve to be in prison. Useful idiots. And I'm sorry, but this country is overrun with them. Let me let this play. I'm going to go fix another cup of coffee. Yeah, Bernie, you're right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Look, folks, I understand their passion, and I've been quietly working with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza. I'm using all that I can to do that. But I understand the passion. Look, folks, after the civil... Thank you. Well, thank you. Look, after the Civil War, the defeated Confederates couldn't accept the verdict of the war. They had lost. So they say they embraced what's known as the lost cause, a self-serving lie that the Civil War is not about slavery, but about states' rights. They've called that the noble cause. That was a lie that had, not just a lie, but it had terrible consequences. It brought on Jim Crow.
Yeah, let's see, who were the Jim Crow guys? Oh, that's right, Democrats like you. Let's hit a couple things real quick. One, slavery was evil. When there was slavery in the United States, slavery was the norm around the world. This wasn't white people running around in Africa with butterfly nets, catching black people. We ain't fast enough to fucking do that. Black people were sold into slavery by other black people through tribal warfare, all kinds of stuff, family feuds, you name it. They were sold to the American slave trade. They were sold around the world. At the same time, there were white people also sold into slavery in the Middle East. Slavery, you jackasses, is still going on. America, however, is one of the only countries that acknowledged it and wanted to abolish it. Our founders wanted to abolish it. They put together a system to where slavery could have been abolished without going to war. Slavery, before the Civil War, was on its way out. It was on its way out due to technological advances. They talk about Trump the other day, said something about the Civil War could have been negotiated and didn't have to be a war. He's right. It didn't have to be a war. Lincoln destroyed our Constitution when he took the military illegally and went to the South and basically got millions of people killed. If you look at it just on its face, yeah, Lincoln, great guy, whatever. No. When you look at things factually and constitutionally, Lincoln was a fucking tyrant that destroyed the Constitution. The Constitution was effectively dead. Then they went through with amendments and they got states back into the government, but then they didn't have the voting right. It's all sorts of shit happened. Reconstruction in the South turned into be a fucking nightmare, and the South still suffers from that. If slavery was allowed to die on its own, which it was going to, you wouldn't see the division in this country that you see. You also wouldn't see the government with as much control as they have now. You would actually see a country that was governed at the consent of the governed. We don't have that. See, if we were a country governed by the consent of the governed, if a state wanted to leave the Union, draw up treaties with the rest of the states that decided to stay in the Union, that would be perfectly fine. But when states decided they wanted to leave the Union, President Lincoln decided all those sons of bitches just needed to die. And Lincoln didn't give a shit about slaves. Slaves were an afterthought. They became a marketing campaign later on in the Civil War. If you don't believe me, there are plenty of sources out there where you can go that actually factually go through stuff and show the facts instead of a narrative. See, the winners get to write the history, kids. And it's not based on facts. Lincoln wasn't the savior of the United States. He wasn't the savior of the Union. He wasn't the constitutional warrior. He absolutely did away with the Constitution. He took people's constitutional rights. He threw the press in prison. He threw dissenters in prison. Yes, slavery was an evil thing. It's always been an evil thing. It's an evil thing now. And there are more slaves around the world now than there were at that time, simply because population explosions and stuff like that. But again, it's a situation where the government, the media, are going to spin a narrative regardless of what the actual history is. 99% of the people who carried that Confederate battle flag didn't own slaves. They didn't give a shit about slaves. What they wanted to do is live their life free from government control. So when they talk about Confederate flags being carried on the Capitol, yeah, it's got nothing to do with race. Nothing. But people buy this narrative. People buy this narrative. Oh, yeah, white racism, all this other shit. Have I known white racists in my life? Yeah, I've met a few of them. They're pricks. They're pieces of shit. I've also met many other people of many other races that were, oh boy, are they ever racist. But no, it's okay because, you know, it's all right. They don't fit the narrative, so they get shoved over to the side. He's talking about other people rewriting history when all he is doing is literally rewriting fucking history.
So let me be clear, for those who don't seem to know, slavery was the cause of the Civil War. There's no negotiation about that.
Not to you, because you don't give a shit about history.
Now we're living in an
or
era
facts.
of a second lost cause. Once again, there's some in this country trying to turn a loss into a lie which, if allowed to live, will once again bring terrible damage to this country. This time, the lie is about the 2020 election. The election which you made. Your voices.
No, let me get my coffee.
Known. Just 2 days ago, we marked the third anniversary of one of the darkest days in American history, January the 6th. The day in which insurrectionists stormed the United States Capitol, trying for the first time in American history to stop the peaceful transfer of power in the country. We all saw with our own eyes the truth of what happened. That violent mob was whipped up by lies from a defeated former president, smashing windows, smearing blood on statues, ransacking offices. Outside, insurrectionists erected gallows, chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Inside, they hunted for Nancy Pelosi, chanting, "Where's Nancy?" We saw something on January 6th we'd never seen before, even during the Civil War. Insurrectionists waving Confederate flags inside the halls of Congress built by enslaved Americans. Mobbed, attacked, and called black officers, black veterans, defending the nation those vile of racist names. And yet, an extreme movement in America, the MAGA Republicans, led by a defeated president, is trying to steal history now. They tried to steal an election. Now they're trying to steal history, telling us that violent mob was, and I quote, a peaceful protest. That insurrection, those insurrectionists were these are his words, patriots, that there was, quote, a lot of love that day. In fact, the rest of the nation and the world saw a lot of hate and violence. For hours, the defeated former president sat in the private dining room off of the Oval Office and did nothing, absolutely nothing. His actions were among the worst derelictions of duty in American history. An attempt to overturn a free and fair election by force and violence. Let me say what others cannot. We must reject political violence in America. Always, not sometimes, always. It's never appropriate.
Okay. Who here is old enough to remember 2018, 2019 when cities were getting burnt to the ground and these jackasses were supporting it? I remember. I remember the riots. I remember the people getting killed, all political violence, getting driven by narratives pushed by the media and the government to stir up that political violence, and fully supported by the Democrat Party when the Democrats were out there bailing these people out of jail who were burning down people's businesses and murdering people in the streets. Yeah, the summer of love. People getting murdered in the streets. One of the ones that breaks my damn heart was a lady right up in Atlanta, Georgia, where these BLM protesters are out there. Protesters are protesting. Oh God, I can't remember the dude's name. Rashard. It wasn't Rashard Brooks. It was another dude, I think. Either way, she had nerve enough to pull down the wrong street, and they shot her fucking car up and killed her like 8-year-old kid in the back seat. Supported by jackasses like this. Talk about whitewashing things. You want to talk about, lies, changing facts. Where do I got it? I got another tab up. So let's look at this one. So we had to hit the Wayback Machine and come back over here to 2021. And this is just one story pulled up. This is News 8, Eyewitness News 8, or whatever it is. But this is when there were like 80,000 ballots that weren't going to get counted in Fulton County due to a water main break. Come to find out, it was a leaky toilet. And Fanny girl and her daughter, the ones he's talking about, were there on video pulling ballots from underneath the table while they were blocking people from witnessing the counts. When they talk about recounts, if I hand you a stack full of counterfeit bills and say I throw $1 in there that's an actual real dollar, and we talk about fraud, and you just recount the dollars and you never inspect them to figure out which one's counterfeit and which one's not, and you simply recount the counterfeit money, well, you haven't done an audit. All you've done is a recount. And that story went on and on and on in Fulton County. It was an absolute lie that night that some big water main break was stopping votes from being counted. We can go back and see where there's testimony from people who were supposed to be witnessing these counts that were blocked from witnessing the counts like they were supposed to. Going back to Pennsylvania. Let me pull up another tab. Where's that? Let me find it, because I got it here somewhere. I don't think I freaking messed up and dumped the tab. Where is it at? Share this real quick. So this is a copy of a deposition from a truck driver who swore under oath that he took thousands of ballots from New York and drove them into Pennsylvania. This is his deposition. You can read through the whole thing. It's 28 pages. Basic story is he picked up ballots from New York. He was told to drive them to Pennsylvania. They went to Pennsylvania, and those votes got counted. All of them fraudulent. At the very least, they weren't mailed and postmarked by the date they were supposed to have been to be a legal vote. Now, this guy should have been very easy if he was lying. It should have been very easy to prove that. He's driving U.S. mail. He has logbooks that he has to keep for DOT. He has a GPS on that truck. He has to account for every single stop he makes. As far as I know, this story just went away. Just swept under a rug. But no fraud, no election fraud. Don't question your election. Don't question your rulers. When you, and this is just a couple of topics from then. And you were literally told, and we'll watch some video from C-SPAN, you were basically literally told by your rulers to sit down, shut the fuck up, and take it. And there were a handful of congressmen and a few senators who still tried to stand their ground because there could have been a remedy for this. If there was not enough election fraud to change the election, it should have been investigated, and then everybody would have known it's above board. It's not the way it went. You were just told to sit down and shut the fuck up. Nothing to see here. Independent journalists went through and found places in Fulton County. They found places in Michigan where there were hundreds of people registered to a single address. They found instances where people went to vote and someone had voted for them. Me and my wife could have voted in Georgia because we got absentee ballots, even though we hadn't lived in Georgia for like 3 years. Matter of fact, my vote on the way out in Georgia was against Stacey Abrams. And I say against Stacey Abrams because I didn't want that bitch anywhere near a seat of power. Not to mention the fact it had to be a really strong built seat to hold her fat ass up. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program here.
Violence of January 6th was an extension of an old playbook from the threats and violence and intimidation. Atlanta, Georgia, two brave black women, mother and daughter, Ruby Freeman,
Gets to it.
Shay Moss. They had their lives upended just doing their jobs. Menacing calls, death threats, forcing them to literally flee their homes. Those pushing the big lie have a conspiracy theory among conspiracy theories.
Which is funny because
there's what, but here's the fact. There's where we don't have facts. Their whole theory has no facts, has no proof, has no evidence. That's why time and again they lost in every court of law that challenged results. 60 losses in the courts of America.
Again, and we already looked at one thing from it. People tried to challenge Pennsylvania and try to challenge some other states before the election, and they were told you don't have standing, so it was thrown out of court. It was never heard on the merits. After the election, when they could prove harm, the courts basically told them, well, it's already done. You don't have standing. Go home. None of this was ever heard on the merits. None of it. Yeah, Cindy Powell and some others. I was watching Nick Rekieta's stream last night or early this morning, and he made some good points. Cindy Powell had some bad suits. She had bad data. She was going for something in Michigan. She was mentioning shit that happened outside of Michigan. It was just a bad suit all the way through. But even that really wasn't heard on the merits of the case. Our courts are always going to play this game, and understand this prick has pretty solid control over our courts right now. And I'll pull up something else in a second that kind of shows you just how fucked we are right now. And you can see that in how these courts are reacting to Second Amendment cases right now. But when you don't hear things on the merit and it simply gets thrown out because courts say you don't have standing and you haven't been harmed, you don't have a redress of grievances anymore. You are told to sit down, shut up, don't question it. You got to take it. That's why I said this strain very well. I know a little while back it would have got me banned, period. But this could run dangerously into that. But I want people to remember what happened. And people have such short fucking memories. Now, I'll explain something to you. When you're married, a short memory is a good thing in a lot of cases. So you don't remember what happened last week when someone pissed you off or they said something stupid. Short memories are good in that case. Short memories when it comes to the government screwing you over and trampling your rights, that's not a good thing. You effectively have Stockholm syndrome. They hold you hostage, beat the shit out of you, and you're sitting there going, yes, massa may have some more. That's why, and I used to push hard for people to vote. That's why I've said in the last little while, I'm done with it until this shit gets fixed. Until I am sure that there aren't people out there messing around with election results. I'm done with it. I'm done playing in their fucking system. Just through. Will I call it out? Yeah.
One thing they don't have respect for the 81 million people who voted the other way.
You think 81 million people voted for this fucking potato legally? You're an idiot.
And the presidency. In their world, these Americans, including you, don't count. But that's not the real world. That's not democracy. That's not America. In America, we all count.
Democracy.
In America, we witness to serve all those who, in fact, participate. And losers are taught to concede when they lose.
If they actually lose. You see, if I actually lose legitimately, I lose. There are winners and there are losers. If I'm playing on a sports team and every time I score a touchdown, say we're playing football, every time I score a touchdown, the refs only give me half the points, or they say the touchdown doesn't count, even though it was a legitimate touchdown. Well, then, yeah, I'm going to have grievances with that. Just like I have grievances with the way these elections have been held. I did a paper while I was in college, and one of the topics was, it was a paper to speech about, the need for more voters. Change it around a little bit. We don't need more voters. We need more informed people voting. There's a huge difference in between those two. You see, uninformed people just vote for a letter next to a name, or they vote for a party, which is what this guy wants. Or a color. Hey, don't vote for me, you ain't black. Remember that? I remember it.
Then we all came together to put the country before ourselves. The lies that led to January 6th are part of a broader attack on the truth of America today that we all have seen before. The same movement that throughout the mob of the United States Capitol isn't just trying to rewrite history, January 6th, they're trying to determine to erase history and your future. Banning books, denying your right to vote and have it counted, destroying diversity, equality, inclusion all across America, harboring hate and replacing hope with anger and resentment and dangerous view of America. A narrow view of America, a zero-sum view of America that says, if you win, I lose. If you succeed, it must be I failed.
Hold on. This is a party that pushes this constantly. Those rich people are rich because they're taking your money. Those rich people succeeded and held you down. That's their constant line on this shit. Not that Apple succeeded because people will give their last dollar for that iPhone made in communist China. Not that there are people out there who provide services that you freely and willingly go purchase or partake in. But the rich are rich and they're keeping you down. The absolute truth of this whole thing is, and the real funny thing is the people like him that are saying they are here to help you and they're for the people. They're the ones putting it in you with no lube and then telling you to sit there and take it. They're the ones who support this sniffing child abuser, racist. The ones that allow him to stand in the pulpit of their church and lie his ass off. I heard a lot about respect for the halls of Congress and all this stuff after January 6th. The halls of Congress don't deserve any respect whatsoever any longer. You basically, through the decades, have taken what should have been a place of reverence, turned it into a whorehouse, shitting in the corners, and have destroyed it. Well, windows got broken on January 6th. Okay. Not about destruction of property. But understand, these people didn't give a damn when people's businesses and livelihoods were getting destroyed. But then when people brought their grievances to where they should be, which is with our government, oh, wait a second, we got issues with that shit. And they go hide in their little rat holes down in freaking halls underneath the building. And not one of them had the balls enough to walk up to that crowd and address them. These are your rulers, not your representatives. They are not here for you. They are here to use you like a piggy bank or a fucking battery to power the machine. What's up, Sister Vanessa?
If you get ahead, I fall behind. And maybe worst of all, if I hold you down, I lift myself up. That's not new in America. Every stride forward has often been met with ferocious backlashes from those who fear the progress, from those who exploit that fear for their own personal gain, from those who traffic in lies told for profit and power,
which is exactly what he's doing right now.
Charleston, you know the power of truth. Less than a mile from here was once a port where almost half of all enslaved Africans were trafficked to North America and forced on our shores. And now you have a world-class museum there to tell the truth about the original sin.
He knows the power of truth. That's why he refuses to tell it. If the people in that church actually realized the truth, that son of a bitch wouldn't be allowed within 100 yards of a church. But people are so ignorant and so uninformed and just so blind. Oh, violence is never the answer. Yeah, I remember this guy. If you follow this book called the Bible, I remember this guy. I think his name was Jesus, Jesus, Yahweh. I remember him being really pissed off and turning tables over and beat people with whips because they basically desecrated the temples. His son's over your enemies root beer. Man, there's no way to turn this country around at this point, to get it back to a constitutional republic, not without a serious reset. I don't know what that serious reset's going to be. I don't want it to be a civil war, but I do want my kids growing up in a free country. I want my kids growing up in a country that makes sense, that has a factual basis for things.
And it matters. I want to thank former Mayor Jim Riley for his leadership and saw to it the museum was built, and for all of you who made that happen. And with your help, I made Juneteenth the first federal holiday since Dr. Martin Luther King Day. Why? Because the truth matters. The truth matters. With your help, we established a national monument in honor of Mamie and Emmett Till. Because we heard Mrs. Till's call, the mother of a 14-year-old son who was lynched and whose body was mutilated. But the mother insisted on an open casket at his funeral because she said, "Let the world see what I saw." The truth matters. It always matters. We can't just choose to learn what we want to know.
No, but here's the deal. To understand the truth, you have to know all of it. The dudes who did that shit to Emmett Till deserve to burn in hell for fucking eternity. Period. But all white people weren't responsible for that. All white people didn't support that. Just like all black people haven't supported absolute acts of violent racism against white people. You have to understand there is a such thing as evil. And it doesn't know a color. But they'll blame everything on colors out here pandering to blacks. Do it every 2 to 4 years, baby. He damn near, I think it's later in this speech, I'm pretty sure it's this one, he damn near goes full on Hillary Clinton in the black church. And if you guys haven't seen that clip, maybe I'll find it in a little bit. I have no respect for any so-called faith leader that supports this shit.
And not what we should know. We should know the good, the bad, the truth of who we are. That's what great nations do, and we're a great nation, the greatest of all nations. We're not perfect, but at our best, we learn from our past and we look to the future. A nation continuously striving to be a more perfect union. I'm here to speak to another truth. Because of this congregation and the black community of South Carolina, and not an exaggeration, and Jim Clyburn, that I stand here today as your president because of all of you. That's a fact.
Supporting a guy who's done nothing but destroy the black family.
And I owe you.
And they're out there clapping seals 4 more years.
And I've done my best to honor your trust. That means rejecting the small, narrow, cramped view of America, as well as lifting up a bigger and broader view of America that holds that if you do well, I do well.
Joe Morris, what's up, brother?
We all do well. We all do well if every race and background in small towns and big cities is doing better. When our freedoms are protected and we deny hate as a safe harbor where everyone has a fair shot at a life of dignity and opportunity, and where our democracy works for everybody.
That's not what you get in a democracy.
Everybody. I don't get these guys. Everybody does better. Even those folks who disagree with us. I'm keeping my commitment to you.
You know what happens in democracy is it puts everybody on the same level except the ruling class. So it doesn't bring people up. It brings everybody down except for the ruling class. That's not freedom. It's not a republic. It's certainly not based in constitutional rights. I love you, kid. You got a mouthful of peanut butter crackers. Quit. Chew your crackers. Come on. Come on. Come on now. Yeah, it's absolutely, it's always an emotional appeal with him. This government is not supporting freedom. Democracy, say it again, said it 100 times already, democracy and freedom can't exist in the same reality. Democracy is a tool of a government to oppress people. That's why no democracy has ever survived. They always eat themselves from the inside out. And these idiots supporting these people right now, what they are not catching on to is once their usefulness is over, they'll be the next sons of bitches on the trains. Wonder why they hate guns? Because armed people are very hard to load on trains.
That's the America we're building together. Instead of erasing history, we're making history. And it starts.
Take it easy, Red.
And it starts with the administration I committed to. I said my administration would look like America. It taps into our full talents and strengthens the nation. Starting with our incredible Vice President Kamala Harris. When we came to office,
Incredible Vice President.
the country was in the depth of a pandemic, which we lost over 1,200,000 people. We moved heaven and earth to get the country vaccinated, saving countless lives. When the enemy on the brink, we sent $1,400 checks into the pockets of people who were hurting.
Now, what the government did was used a pandemic to take more control and to buy votes. That's what they did. These experimental vaccines, go read the Versus data on that, because I was reading that Versus data very early. But again, people in short memories. And people are so deranged, you still have people running around today wearing masks everywhere. Talk about programming. And yeah, Trump pushed a lot of that shit. And he's a fucking idiot. But at the same respect, he'll take full credit for the stuff and trash Trump, even though Trump was the one who did. You can't. That was the biggest social engineering and social programming event that I've seen in my life. And in almost 47 years, I've seen a bit. Never let a crisis go to waste.
Badly. Keep them going. I said we invested all of America, and we are. The results are clear. Over 14 million new jobs, record economic growth, the lowest inflation rate of any major economy in the world. But we have more to do. We see this progress for all Americans. We have the lowest black unemployment rate recorded in a long, long time.
Yeah, if you don't take into account all the unemployed people, yeah, it's great.
Bringing peace of mind and dignity to their lives. I remember when I was a kid, we lived in a 3-bedroom house.
Peace of mind and dignity don't come from being on government assistance. No matter what color you are.
Was up against a little split level home. It wasn't. We weren't poor. We weren't worth what. And I remember really one night hearing my dad restless because the headboard was along my headboard on the other side of the wall. I asked my mom the next morning. I said, "What's the matter with Dad?" She said,
"File that under conversations that never took place."
What that does is deprive a man and a woman their dignity. How do you look at your child and say, I can't cover you, I can't take care of you? And now, as Jim pointed out, I won't go into it like I was going to because he's better. Instead of average of $400 a month, for instance, for seniors with diabetes, we're now paying $35 a month. By the way, we're still making a profit 3 times. It costs $10 to make it.
They throw that out there all the time. That's an absolute lie.
As a couple of you in the audience know from my entire career at Big Pharma, finally beat them. Finally.
Okay, if you beat the pharma companies, why are they making so much money?
Medicare can negotiate prices for everybody, not just for seniors. Again, it saves the American taxpayers billions of dollars. Not having to pay pharma for these things. You know, we're growing back black wealth. But we have a lot more to do. The racial wealth gap is the smallest. Let's go race bait some more kids. More black small businesses starting up. been in decades. The ultimate act of opening a new business, the ultimate act of hope. Technology discrimination in many ways. So a home owned by today, a home owned by a black family on one side of a highway, built by the same builder on the other side of the highway, and a white guy living in it, the white guy's home is valued more than the black guy's.
Okay, so merely your color determines the property value you have. Nothing to do with neighborhood, nothing to do with crime rates, nothing to do with, gangs and drugs, shootings, all the stuff that comes along with, impoverished neighborhoods. That black guy living over here in Green Island Hills, over here in Columbus, no, his house isn't worth the same as his neighbor's house because he's black. I can't, that thought is so fucking ignorant, I can't fit it into my goddamn head. This is one of the guys responsible for a lot of the subprime loan stuff that crashed the markets in 2008. Forcing banks to take loans out on people that they knew couldn't afford the loan. Explain something to the short bus motherfuckers out there. Corporations like to make money. They don't care what color the person is they make that money off of. Money's money. There is not a bank in history that would tell a black person, even though you are completely qualified for all this, we're not giving it to you simply because you're black. Have things like that probably happened in the past with some racist sons of bitches? Yeah, probably so. Was that the system? No. For the vast majority of America's history, none of us gave a shit about color. Unless we bought into the narrative from the government pushed by the media. And then people care about color all the time. Color's got to be the biggest thing out there. I acknowledge there are people who don't like me because I have very strong opinions. I use profanity to bring some points home, and I can be an asshole. Okay, it's got nothing to do with my color 99% of the time. And guess what? It's got nothing to do with anybody else's color 99% of the time. Unless you buy into the government line. They have to keep the people focused on everything else but what the government is doing. Corporations, they are right there with the government in a lot of cases. That's why you see them pushing their social agendas right now. Sometimes it's because they know if they don't do it, the government is powerful enough to crush them. So they do it to stay on the good side of the government. They don't want any more regulations thrown on them. Government is not the answer to these problems, kids. Government is the problem. Government has never met a right that they wouldn't trample. They've never met a freedom that they wouldn't destroy. They know their policies are destroying the nuclear family, and it affects minorities at a much higher rate than it does anybody else. But they still push those programs. And all these people sitting in this church clapping for the son of a bitch are nothing but useful idiots. That's why I say I have no respect for faith leaders who support the Democrats. I have very little support for those who support the so-called Republicans.
No, I know you know it. But guess what? That's how you build generational wealth when you build it. Kamala and I are leading the charge, mainly Kamala, to protect the freedom to vote and that vote that be counted. Defending your freedom to choose. We're keeping our commitment of providing incredible opportunities, making historic investments in HBCUs. $7 billion. $7 billion. They're just as good as other universities. If only that, they don't have the billionaire contributors. So they can't put the laboratories together to get the contracts to be the ones that design new aircraft carriers.
More lies.
What's changing? It's changing. Providing people a real shot by reducing the burden of student debt. Jim went into it. I won't go into it. I was going $132 billion, 3.6 million people. Significant percentage of those students are African Americans. Despite our friends on the other side of the table, the Supreme Court did everything we can to stop me, replacing every lead pipe in America. Do you know how many? Not just some. Every single lead pipe in America is going to be taken out and replaced with a proper product.
Again,
why?
A bunch of fanciful shit that government
because in
can't
mostly
do.
poor neighborhoods, that's where those lead pipes are, and that's why kids end up with brain damage because of the lead. There's so much. I'm not going to.
Beginning to think this sumbitch has done nothing but
Turn on
eat
the
lead
faucet for
paint
your
chips.
child and doesn't get sick from drinking the water when they come into the home. Delivering high-speed internet. It's affordable for everybody. Everybody. So you don't have to sit in McDonald's.
Government can't make things affordable
Producing
for
clean
everybody.
energy, so you can finally breathe clean air without leaving home. Look, I understand it. When we moved from Scranton, I was raised in Claymont, Delaware. More major refineries than any place, including Houston, Texas, and just across the border. Just not a joke. I grew up with asthma, most of us did, because of the prevailing winds. Because my mom would drive us to school in the morning in his young grade school.
Michael Dunn, what's up, brother?
Turn on the windshield wiper, there'd be an oil slick. Because guess what? It's all the fence line communities get hurt. Not on my watch. It's changing. We know there's more to do, making child care and elder care more affordable, which would save American taxpayers billions of dollars along the way. Early in my administration.
Okay. One, government does not save people money. Government takes your money, uses your money the way they want to destroy your freedoms. You know how you save people money? You allow an economy to be a true capitalist economy without the price fixing, without the controls, without all the BS regulations. Again, government causes these problems. They don't fix these problems. You know, you create generational wealth. You stop the government programs that are destroying families. Yeah, Mike.
We were out, we cut child poverty in half. Black child poverty by getting families checks every month through the child tax credit. On the other side, went ahead and blocked it. But we're going to get it back. Let's look this fight over. We're going to come back because no child in America should ever go to bed hungry. Period.
If you can't see that the government is the cause of these issues and not the cure to it, you are unfucking savable at this point.
Movement for justice in the summer of 2020, I signed the most significant police reform executive order in history. We didn't get the law passed Guess what? I did it by executive order, significant part. But now Congress has to step up and ask and get it, do what I did and make it the law of the land. Just a few days ago, the defeated former president was asked about the recent shooting in Iowa. You hear this one? It's hard to believe. You know what his response was? All those kids dead. We have to get over it. And
now, I haven't looked at Trump's speech or what he addressed as far as that shooting goes. I haven't. Mainly because I don't give a shit what Trump says about it. I don't give a rat's ass about it. The way you stop things like this from happening without stripping people of constitutional rights and freedoms and putting innocent people in prison is you allow people to defend themselves. Allow teachers to defend their students. If I'm a teacher and someone invades my classroom and I have this in my hand versus a stapler, well, guess what? I have a very good chance at shutting that down before they can kill my fucking people. Because make no mistake, I teach. Those are my students. You don't fuck with my guys. So if someone came in and they went to hurt my students, make no mistake, I would drop them in their fucking tracks and I wouldn't lose a zero amount of sleep over that. And there ain't jack shit I won't do to defend them. My students can tell you I'm an asshole. My students can tell you I'm pretty cool to deal with sometimes. My students can tell you that I believe that, when they're in class, they should be working. They should be doing the tasks that we're set forth to. They can tell you I got a hell of a sense of humor. They'll tell you the same thing you see on here. I'm an opinionated person. I use a little bit too much profanity some days. But if it came to an active shooter, I don't want to have just a glass door in between me and that person with a cell phone begging the cops to get there. Because as was already proved in Uvalde, you could have an open window to the shooter and the cops still won't fucking address that and put that goddamn person down. Yeah, the AR-15. What's your fucking point? Well, yeah, pretty much, Night Strike. Everybody who knows me knows that. I'm an opinionated person. I have very strong opinions about things. If you want to change my opinion about it, show me a factual argument, and I have no problems changing my opinion if you show me a factual argument. Don't hit me with the emotion on it. I got enough emotion for all of us, trust me. So pissed half the time right now, I can't see straight because of stupid shit like this. Because people buy into the lies and the revisionist history that this asshole's pushing. And sit back like clapping seals talking about 4 more years. Trump said this about this shooting. All right. Still, I think the most lethal mass shooting in America done at a school was done with 2 handguns, a 9mm and a 22. Not a Glock 22, a 22 pistol. When you have a set of unarmed victims that are crammed into small areas, it doesn't take a whole lot to kill a lot of people. Ban all the AR-15s you want. What happens when that dude goes in there with a pump-action shotgun slinging buckshot? There was not a child in Uvalde that had to be identified by DNA because their body was so wrecked by a fucking 223 round. Not a single one. But they'll lie to you every day and tell you that.
I promise you, get over it. My response is, we have to stop it.
Yeah, I got you, Knight.
Your children, your family, your friends can leave your home, walk the streets, go to stores, go to the grocery store, and go to church to be safe from gun violence. There's no excuse for this carnage. We have to ban assault weapons. I did it once before, and I'm going to come back again and do it. Ban high-capacity magazines.
Okay, let's hit this real fast. One, this dipshit in this government has no constitutional authority to ban any weapon, any at all whatsoever. No constitutional authority. The only reason they can try to do so is because leftist judges on courts will uphold government power. And let me show you one thing real quick, and the reason why I say we're pretty good and well fucked for a long time now. Where's that tab? So let me make that bigger so everybody can see that mo better. All right. So far, Joe Biden. Let's see. This was as of January 8th. So he's confirmed 166 Article 3 judges, all federal courts. One Associate Justice, Ketanji Brown, going on the Supreme Court. 39 justices for the United States Court of Appeals, and 126 judges for United States District Courts. That's a short list. Do any of you honestly believe that this son of a bitch is putting people on the courts that actually respect the Constitution or the restraints on government? If you do, you're an idiot. You can believe whatever you want. You can believe fucking Santa Claus is coming tomorrow. He is stacking courts with people that will be there for lifetime appointments that will uphold every government overreach possible. They will never be restrained by the Constitution. They will never uphold the Constitution. Unless they say that it's, freedom of speech, keeping books about oral sex in elementary schools, they might uphold that. If you get illegally arrested by police, they'll support government power. If you get illegally charged by someone like the ATF, they will uphold that overreach. When the ATF decides to make changes on things just willy-nilly and all of a sudden, no legislative ruling whatsoever, just go, fuck it, no, that's a machine gun. Yep. These courts will uphold that. All these judges will. It's hundreds of judges on federal courts. Where do you think our lawsuits will go? Where do you think our court cases go? After they work themselves through state courts, and they generally hit federal courts. You want to see more gun control upheld? Why do you think he's so happy about this shit? Why do you think he's still talking about, assault weapons bans? Because, we got to ban this little itty bitty 223 round. Make no mistake, they want to ban the round itself, much less the gun that fires it. Well, that's a .338 Winchester. Never mind what a decently skilled shooter could do with this at range, and what that particular projectile will do to human tissue. And they're banning features just like they were going to before, only now, of course, we've got bills that would effectively ban any semi-automatic. Those bills are in Congress right now. Night, man, dude, if the people in this country had any sense, one, we could stop this purely by jury nullification. In other words, if there was an unconstitutional law, the jury would refuse to convict on it. And that would effectively shut down government overreach. But because people are sheep. They've been lied to their entire lives, and they believe the shit that government is somehow the arbiter of freedom. They're the protector of freedom. Government destroys freedom. Government is antithetical to freedom. Yeah, it's which I said it earlier. I don't think there's any truly peaceful way to get out of where we're at right now, and to get back to actually freedom loving, being a freedom loving country. Jury nullification would go a long ways towards that. I mean, imagine like Matt Hoover going to court and the entire jury going, okay, that's unconstitutional and we refuse to convict. But he broke a law. I refuse to convict. You don't have to explain why you refuse to convict. But people will support this. Why? Because the vast majority of the American people are ignorant motherfuckers. They can tell you everything about their favorite sports team or their favorite band and all this shit. Can't tell you jack shit about their actual rights. Still got people quoting shit, well, you can't scream fire in a crowded theater. Yeah, you fucking can. And you can do it under multiple situations. The only time you would be liable for it is if you did it to cause harm. That's a liability issue. Oh, these rights are not absolute. They were fucking absolute when the Constitution was written, you jackass. That's a legal document. It was laid out in legal language at the time. It was an absolute right. And then these courts are involved, and then all of a sudden it's watered down here. It's picked away there. Commerce Clause gets expanded in the 20s, running into the 30s, to where the government isn't just, solving disputes between states anymore. Government gets to control what those states do, what they can have, how they act. It's this constant expansion of government. And when the constant expansion of government, you can't have liberty. That's why people who believe in limited government, doesn't matter whether you're a gun rights person, free speech person, fucking anarchist, I don't care. Limited government allows freedom. Expansive government tramples freedom. Said it again today. America is not the freest country on this planet. We just have the prettiest fucking bars on our cages. When you have judges who sit on courts who will tell you that a right is not absolute, even though that right is stated as an absolute, and the courts were supposed to be a check on the federal powers, but they're not a check on federal power anymore. Scalia and the Heller decision, people have held that up throughout the years. Oh, this great decision. Heller was a punt. It was a shitty decision. That should have been a one-page decision that should have basically told the federal government to fuck off. And basically told the state government to fuck off. The right is absolute. That's what it should have said. Should have been that simple. It was absolute when it was agreed to. Because see, it was written, there were a couple of revisions to it. And then it was actually agreed to because all the states that signed on to that believed it was an absolute right. that the government, that whole shall not be infringed thing is the strongest legal language you can use in a document. It doesn't say the right of everybody in the militia. It says the right of the people. Well, then you get into, who are the people? Living, breathing motherfuckers with a heartbeat. Those are the people. If you wanted to throw a revision to the Constitution, it would have been very easy. What does the people mean? It means every fucking buddy, period. Man, woman, child, Mexican, Asian, doesn't matter. If you're in the United States, your feet are on United States soil, you have these rights. What the fuck do I know? I'm just a dumbass redneck. All right, let's get back to this.
You have to pass a universal background checks. It doesn't violate the Second Amendment. It's common sense and it saves lives. I'm determined to continue to deliver unequal justice under the law. I've made a commitment to you to nominate the first black woman, and Jim's already talked about it, on the Supreme Court. And by the way, she's smarter than Rusty.
Yeah, Rusty, that's it.
Oh, her name is Ketanji Brown Jackson.
And she's an absolute statist leftist.
Guess what? She knows what she's doing. And by the way, as Jim pointed out, more black women have been appointed to the federal circuit courts than every other president in American history has appointed. Every single solitary one counted. And we're going to keep going.
Again, he's touting this, these more black women on the benches. The race shouldn't even matter. What should matter is they uphold the Constitution and they are a check to restrain government power in most cases. And in some cases, if someone brought a wrongful grievance against the government, then of course they could uphold the government's case. That's not the way this is going to go. That's not the way Ketanji Brown has ever governed or ruled in her cases. She will bend over backwards, tie herself in knots to uphold the government, and screw you. That's why she's on the court. That's why he put her on the court. The race part should never matter.
Look, I want to make it clear. You all made this possible. Because of your voice.
Yeah, the useful idiots make it possible.
And shaping your destiny. That's democracy. I'm proud to have led the effort to make sure your voice, South Carolina voice, will always be heard. Because now you're first in the primary.
Y'all deal with this. I gotta use the rest of it.
Look, our North Star as a nation is the very idea of America, an idea. At once the most simple and most powerful idea in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole, in fact. The idea is this: we're all created in the image of God equally. We deserve to be treated equally throughout our lives. It's a covenant we made with each other, a covenant we've never fully lived up to, but we never fully walked away from either. And faith and history teach us that however dark the night, joy cometh in the morning. And that joy comes with commands from Scripture. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, all thy mind, all thy soul. And love your neighbor as thyself. Not so easy. It's hard. But in those commands is the essence of the gospel and the essence of the American promise. And in my life, I've tried to live my faith. And I've many times failed. But I've learned, as many of you might have learned in your path as well. We're all imperfect beings. We don't know where fate will take us or when. But we can do our best to seek a life of light, hope, love and justice and truth. Folks, let me do this. Denmark Vesey arrived in Charleston enslaved.
Yeah, it is pretty damn rough, isn't it, Rusty?
Wrenched on a painful journey, not to a promised land, but to a land that promised to deprive them of freedom. But even though they arrived,
okay,
in the land,
hold on, because I gotta hit that.
Rife of pain and persecution.
I got it. America, yes, in a lot of ways supported slavery. America wasn't the original one who deprived people of their rights and their liberty. It was, in a lot of cases, their own tribes or warring tribes. Again, it wasn't a bunch of crackers running around with butterfly nets catching black people, because obviously, you know, I use Usain Bolt as a example. Ain't no white guy catching his ass. It wasn't a bunch of fat fuckers like me running around catching Africans out in the bush. They were sold into slavery worldwide. America just had one of the largest markets for slaves at the time, and black slaves were cheaper than others. But again, the Civil War, when you really get to the nuts and the fucking bones of it, had jack shit to do with slavery. Lincoln himself killed the Republic. Because if we were a nation governed at the consent of the governed, you could refuse consent at any time. A state could decide, hey, we're going to separate from the Union. We will draw up treaties. That way we can still do business and stuff with other states, but we're just not participating in this experiment anymore where the government gets to fucking tell us everything we can do and what we can't do. Just like there's not a single state constitution that gives the state government the power to ban guns of any type, arms of any type. Not a single state. And in legal documents, unless it is explicitly stated in the document, that means that governing power doesn't have that authority. There are states where there might be a blip in the Constitution that says the state can kind of determine how arms are carried, whether or not they could be concealed or not. I think there's 2 or 3 states that have something like that. But none of them give the government the power to ban arms of any type. Take it easy, Rusty. We'll catch you after a while, brother. It just, man, people baffle me.
They still believed they had promise. The black church kept them moving. They had faith. They found scripture. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. Vesey had his kind of faith. He became a carpenter and a movement leader, concerned with the least among us. That's why he helped found this very church 200 years ago, only 40 years after the Declaration of Independence. And this church, your church now, the black church, has come to symbolize the faith and this purpose, to bear witness to those who are suffering, to bring the good news of a future to come.
Get used as a political tool to keep black people in line.
In the pathway of darkness. That's patriotism. That's patriotism. To love something so much, to make it better no matter the struggle. A patriotism that inspired generation before us to believe that in America we can do and be anything we want to be. In our time, there's still the old ghost of new garments. We all need to rise to meet the moment.
You are the old ghost in new garments, you dick.
My fellow Americans, this is a time of choosing. So let us choose the truth. Let us choose America. I know we can do it together, and it's the gospel song saying we've come too far.
Here he goes.
Where we started. Nobody told me the road would be easy.
He didn't go on full, he hit full on.
To lead me. My fellow Americans, I don't think the good Lord brought us this far to leave us.
So, good Lord. Let me see if I can find something real fast. Because it's really kind of, let me see. See if I can find this real fast. No, that's not it. Give me a sec. I'm going to find it. Hopefully. Let me let Dummy play, and I'll see if I can find this other one real quick.
Behind. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, let them chant their little 4 more years horse shit. Let me see. I should have had this up already, but
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please be seated so I can give parting directions and ask everyone to please be seated. Please be seated for a moment. Please be seated. Hold on.
oh God, I can't believe I can't find this offhand. There's so much shit that just gets freaking absolutely whitewashed, just to use a term. Let me see. Here we go. Yeah. This is about where Joe Biden was going. He didn't go full on Hillary with it.
I don't feel no ways tired. I come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me that the road would be easy. I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me.
Gee. You think they're kind of borrowing from that same fucking pandering? Hear it again. Hold on. Because if you think Hillary Clinton really talked like this, well, you're an idiot.
I don't feel no ways tired. I come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me that the road would be easy. I I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me.
Always the same playbook. Always. And how does a black minister or a black person or black churchgoer stand there and be mocked like that and not see it? Dude, I don't get it. I really don't. And let me pull up some other stuff that I wanted to hit. So let's see. Because we're going to go back to Jan 6th. This might have been one of them. I've got to kind of bounce through this to try to find the right spot in a couple of these things. But I want to show you guys, in case you didn't see or you don't remember, how our rulers acted once they got back into session on January 6th after the ERECTION, as Chuck Schumer and a lot of other Democrats called it. How they reacted to people who dared question these things. Now remember, they didn't care. They weren't raising hell about people's businesses getting burned down, people's lives getting destroyed. But when people brought their grievances to the people who actually caused those grievances, all of a sudden Congress and everybody, well, they're hot and heavy. And remember, there was Arizona, Pennsylvania, I think Georgia was contested. Arizona was a complete cluster. There was so much going on in Arizona, I can't even. You could do freaking 4 or 5 shows on that and not even get through all of it. So let's see. This was this was actually the second part. This is when the House was going through, I think, in dispute.
The Senate will report the action of the Senate.
Now look at the look on Pence's face.
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 6 ayes to 93 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Arizona for Joseph R. Biden for president.
So that was where they came back. Let me see. Let's shrink it down here. Let me get this back. I really need session 1 of this, but this is pretty pertinent too. So there were a lot of senators who had disputed the votes, but after everything happened on January 6th, most of them dropped their objections.
And decide upon the vote of the state of Arizona to which an objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
That's about what it's like, Matt. How dare you?
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 6 ayes to 93 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Arizona for Joseph R. Biden for president and Kamala D. Harris for vice president.
Ascertain electors.
So at that time, there were still 6 senators who were still objecting to it, and rightfully so. That was part 3. This is part 1. So this should be right after they came back. So again, and hopefully my video will straighten out in a second. I want you to watch the looks on these people's faces, and I want you to listen to what they're saying. Because they basically are just telling you to sit down, shut up, and take it.
A senator may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours, after which the chair will put the question, shall the objection be sustained? The clerk will report the objection made in the joint session.
Objection from Representative Gozar from Arizona and Senator Cruz and others. We, a member of the House of Representatives and a United States Senator, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona on the grounds that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given.
Let me step this up.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
So this is our buddy Mitch McConnell getting up there and telling you to just sit down and take it.
Majority Leader.
We're debating a step that has never been taken in American history.
Be careful, Night Strike.
Whether Congress should overrule the voters and overturn a presidential election.
It wasn't overruling voters.
I've served 36 years in the Senate. This will be the most important vote I've ever cast. President Trump claims the election was stolen. The assertions range from specific local allegations to constitutional arguments to sweeping conspiracy theories. I supported the president's right to use the legal system. Dozens of lawsuits received hearings in courtrooms all across.
No. Those lawsuits didn't receive hearings. They were thrown out for lack of standing before the election and after the election. And remember, this is right after they got back to the Senate floor. And there were a bunch of senators who changed their objections once they got back to the floor. Because how dare the people actually question them? How dare the people bring their grievances to the actual government instead of just burning down the local windows?
It's our country. But over and over,
yeah, 36 years.
Courts rejected these claims, including all-star judges whom the president himself has nominated.
Because you can't depend
every election
on the courts.
We know features some illegality and irregularity, and of course, that's unacceptable. I support strong state-led voting reforms. Last year's bizarre pandemic procedures must not become the new norm. But my colleagues, nothing before us proves illegality anywhere near the massive scale that would have tipped the entire election.
Freaking Rumble stream is just shit.
Nor can public doubt alone justify a radical break when the doubt itself was incited without any evidence. The Constitution.
Hold on. Again, this is where he's telling you just sit down and take it. No evidence. Multiple cases, multiple people, multiple depositions. Just nothing. Nothing. Just take it. We're the government. How dare you question us?
Gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a national Board of Elections on steroids. The voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken.
Now think about this real fast. So some of these speeches, like what he's giving, were already drawn up before people even entered the Capitol. We know that for sure. Mitch McConnell was always going to say this. Some of these who came back after people entered the Capitol and then everybody left the Capitol and they got back in session, they got their speeches together so fast, and it's all written speeches. They're not just speaking from experience. They're not just speaking off the cuff. They're not just addressing things out of their own experience. Everything's these written speeches. Bother anybody else but me?
They've all spoken. If we overrule
Make
them,
another cup of coffee.
it would damage our republic forever. This election actually was not unusually close. Just in recent history, 1976, 2000, and 2004 were all closer than this one. The Electoral College margin is almost identical to what it was in 2016. If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again. Every 4 years would be a scramble for power at any cost. The Electoral College, which most of us on this side have been defending for years, would cease to exist, leaving many of our states with no real say at all in choosing a president. The effects would go even beyond the elections themselves. Self-government, my colleagues, requires a shared commitment to the truth and a shared respect for the ground rules of our system. We cannot keep drifting apart into two separate tribes with a separate set of facts and separate realities, with nothing in common except our hostility towards each other and mistrust for the few national institutions that we all still share. Every time in the last 30 years that Democrats have lost a presidential race, they've tried a challenge just like this. After 2000, after 2004, after 2016. After 2004, a senator joined and forced the same debate. And believe it or not, Democrats like Harry Reid, Dick Durbin, and Hillary Clinton praised them and applauded the stunt. Republicans condemned baseless efforts back then. And we just spent 4 years condemning Democrats' shameful attacks on the validity of President Trump's own election. So look, there can be no double standard. The media that is outraged today spent 4 years aiding and abetting Democrats' attacks on our institutions after they lost. But we must not imitate and escalate what we repudiate. Our duty is to govern for the public good. The United States Senate has a higher calling than an endless spiral of partisan vengeance. Congress will either override the voters, overrule them, the voters, the states, and the courts for the first time ever, or honor the people's decision.
Let's do this. Let's bounce.
We'll either guarantee democracy or show our own power.
Let's look at the man, Chucky.
As prescribed by the Constitution and the laws of the nation,
the
purpose of this joint session is for tellers, appointed on a bipartisan basis by the two houses, to read to the Congress the results of an election that has already happened. We are here to receive an announcement of a vote that has already been certified by every state in the Union and confirmed by the courts many times over.
Again,
we're here to watch the current vice president open envelopes and receive the news of a verdict that has already been rendered.
These are people, and Chuck Schumer's one of them, who has stood on the floor of the House, stood on the floor of the Senate, and contested votes every time a Republican president has won. Now, here he is in an election with so much controversy, where ballots were cast days after the election and still counted. That happened in Georgia, that happened in Arizona, that happened in Pennsylvania. Days after the election. You had stories of people in the post office backdating ballots. In other words, they were taking their stamp from a couple days earlier, stamping those ballots like they were sent in legally, even though they weren't, and sending them through the process. Fulton County, that's one of the reasons they claimed a water leak and then shut everything down. But again, here's old Chucky telling you, how dare you question your rulers.
It is a solemn and august occasion, no doubt, but it is a formality. The Congress does not determine the outcome of elections, the people do. The Congress is not endowed with the power to administer elections. Our states are given that power. By the end of the proceedings today, it will be confirmed once again, something that is well known and well settled. The American people elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be the next president and vice president of the United States. And yet, a number of our colleagues have organized an effort to undermine and object to that free and fair election. They're in the minority. They will lose. They know that. They have no evidence of widespread voter fraud upon which to base their objections.
Yeah.
That's because there is none. There is none.
Sure.
Not brought before any of the courts successfully. They know that President Trump and his allies have suffered a defeat in court after court across the country, losing no fewer than 62 legal challenges. And I might add, many Republican-appointed judges, some appointed by President Trump, rendered those decisions. They know.
Simply throwing something out
you all
and saying
know
it's lack of standing isn't
that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris
ruling on
are going to be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States on January 20th. But they are going to object to the counting of the vote anyway. And in the process, they will embarrass themselves, they will embarrass their party, and worst of all, they will embarrass their country. This insurrection was fortunately discouraged by the leadership of the majority party, but it was not quelled. It is a very sad comment on our times that merely the accepting the results of an election is considered an act of political courage. Sadder and more dangerous still is the fact that an element of the Republican Party believes their political viability hinges on the endorsement of an attempted coup. That anyone, much less an elected official, would be willing to tarnish our democracy in order to burnish their personal political fortunes. Over the course of the afternoon, and however far into the evening this band of Republican objectors wants to take us, senators of goodwill from both sides of the aisle will explain why these challenges must be dismissed. The senators from states whose electoral votes are being challenged will explain how the allegations of fraud are baseless. And a substantial bipartisan majority must vote to put down these objections and defend the sanctity of our elections and indeed, our great and grand democracy. Because that's what we're talking about today. The health of our democracy. This wonderful, beautiful, grand democracy where the peaceful passing of the torch is extolled by school children in the second grade, but not by some here. As we speak, half of our voters are being conditioned by the outgoing president to believe that when his party loses an election, the results must not be legitimate. As we speak, the eyes of the world are on this chamber, questioning whether America is still the shining example of democracy, the shining city on the hill. What message we send today? What message will we send today to our people, to the world that has so looked up to us for centuries? What message will we send to fledgling democracies who study our Constitution, mirror our laws and traditions, in the hopes that they too can build a country?
Okay, let me answer that question real fast. What message do we send to fledgling democracies who study our Constitution? One, democracy and freedom are antithetical to one another. Our Constitution laid out a republic with constitutional restraints on government power. So if you wanted a country who wanted to inform a country that wanted freedom, tell them don't do what America does. Stick to the Constitution, give that Constitution some teeth so that when people break that Constitution, there are consequences. So our Constitution, guys, is a fucking scam. There were never any teeth built into it to restrain government from just playing by their own rules. If we actually had a constitutional republic, 90% of these people would never make it into office. And even if these dummies did make it into office, they wouldn't have an effect on everybody's daily lives. We would be a free people. We wouldn't be where we're at right now. But I guess it's his lie. He can tell it any way he wants.
Ruled by the consent of the governed. What message will we send to those countries where democratic values are under assault and look to us to see if those values are still worth fighting for? What message will we send to every dark corner of the world where human rights are betrayed, elections are stolen, human dignity denied? What will we show those people? Will we show those people that there is a better way to ensure liberty
This way, we need more teeth.
and opportunity of humankind.
That's some titanium teeth.
Sadly,
Some really sharp.
a small band of Republican objectors may darken the view of our democracy today, but a larger group of senators and House members from both sides of the aisle can send a message too. That democracy beats deep in the hearts of our citizens and our elected representatives. That we are a country of laws and of not men. That our traditions are not so easily discarded, even by our president. That facts matter. That truth matters. That while democracy allows free speech and free expression, even if that expression is anti-democratic, there will always be, praise God, a far broader and stronger coalition ready to push back and defend everything we hold dear. We can send that message today by voting in large and overwhelming numbers to defeat these objections. My colleagues, we each swore an oath just 3 days ago that we would defend and support the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
every day.
that we would bear true faith and allegiance to the same. We swore that we took this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that we could well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office we were about to enter, so help us God. The precise words of that oath
That's what it is. They have no
were shortly written after the Civil War, when the idea of true faith and allegiance to this country and its Constitution took on enormous meaning.
They want your faith to be.
Let those words ring in the ears of every senator today. Let us do our duty to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help us God.
Yeah, they want your faith to be in them.
Majority Leader.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Texas, Senator Cruz.
So listen to Cruz, and I'll give Cruz some respect for this one.
Mr. President.
Senator.
We gathered together at a moment of great division, at a moment of great passion. We have seen, and no doubt will continue to see, a great deal of moralizing from both sides of the aisle. But I would both sides have a bit less certitude and a bit more recognition that we are gathered at a time when democracy is in crisis. Recent polling shows that 39% of Americans believe the election that just occurred, quote, was rigged.
Now, I give him credit for standing up there, but understand what he just said. Democracy is in crisis. Democracy should be in crisis. Again, democracy and freedom can't exist in the same reality, on the same plane. They can't. Democracy will always turn into a dictatorship and will eat itself. And these useful idiots that support it, well, they're going to be really surprised when the rest of us may be gone. They loaded us all on trains that are alive, and then all of a sudden they're holding the bag, and then they're the ones on the trains.
You may not agree with that assessment, but it is nonetheless a reality for nearly half the country. I would note it is not just Republicans who believe that. 31% of independents agree with that statement. 17% of Democrats believe the election was rigged. Even if you do not share that conviction, it is the responsibility, I believe, of this office to acknowledge that is a profound threat to this country and to the legitimacy of any administrations that will come in the future. I want to take a moment to speak to my Democratic colleagues. I understand Your guy is winning right now. If Democrats vote as a bloc, Joe Biden will almost certainly be certified as the next president of the United States. I want to speak to the Republicans who are considering voting against these objections. I understand your concerns, but I urge you to pause and think. What does it say to the nearly half the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election?
We know what it said. We know what it said. I knew what it said that night. I knew what it was going to say before then. Sit down, shut up, don't question your rulers. You little plebe. We're running this shit. You don't have a say-so. That's what they told us.
And I believe there's a better way. The leaders just spoke about setting aside the election. Let me be clear. I am not arguing for setting aside the result of this election. All of us are faced with two choices, both of which are lousy. One choice is vote against the objection. And tens of millions of Americans will see a vote against the objection as a statement that voter fraud doesn't matter, isn't real, and shouldn't be taken seriously. And a great many of us don't believe that. On the other hand, most, if not all of us, believe we should not set aside the results of an election just because our candidate may not have prevailed. And so I endeavored to look for door number 3, a third option, and for that I looked to history, to the precedent of the 1876 election, the Hayes-Tilden election, where this Congress appointed an electoral commission to examine claims of voter fraud. 5 House members, 5 senators, 5 Supreme Court justices examined the evidence and rendered a judgment. And what I would urge of this body is that we do the same, that we appoint an electoral commission to conduct a 10-day emergency audit, consider the evidence, and resolve the claims. For those on the Democratic aisle who say there is no evidence, they've been rejected, then you should rest in comfort. If that's the case, an electoral commission would reject those claims. But for those who respect the voters, simply telling the voters, go jump in a lake, the fact that you have deep concerns is of no moment to us. That jeopardizes, I believe, the legitimacy of this and subsequent elections. The Constitution gives to Congress the responsibility this day to count the votes. The framers knew what they were doing when they gave responsibilities to Congress. We have a responsibility, and I would urge that we follow the precedent of 1877. The Electoral Count Act explicitly allows objections such as this one for votes that were not regularly given. And let me be clear, this objection is for the state of Arizona, but it is broader than that. It is an objection for all 6 of the contested states to have a credible, objective, impartial body hear the evidence and make a conclusive determination. That would benefit both sides. That would improve legitimacy of this election. And so let me urge my colleagues, all of us take our responsibility seriously. I would urge my colleagues, don't take perhaps the easy path, but instead act together, astonish the viewers, and act in a bipartisan sense to say we will have a credible and fair tribunal, consider the claims, consider the facts, consider the evidence, and make a conclusive determination whether and to what extent this election complied with the Constitution and with federal law.
Let's keep on listening.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I first would like to say I appreciate the words of our leader, Senator Schumer, as well as Senator McConnell's call for a higher calling. January 6th is not typically a day of historical significance for our country. For centuries, this day is simply the day that we receive each state's certified electoral votes and it has come and gone without much fanfare. In fact, this is only the third time in 120 years that the Senate has gathered to debate an objection, and as Senator Cruz well knows, both times these objections were resoundingly defeated. The last time the vote was 74-1. Why? Because senators have long believed that they should not mess around with the will of the people. They have understood the words of our great former colleague John McCain from the state of Arizona, who once said that nothing in life is more liberating than to fight for a cause larger than yourself. In this case, my colleagues' our cause, despite our differences, is to preserve our American democracy, to preserve our republic, because as someone once said long ago, it's a republic if you can keep it.
Yes, that person was warning against democracy. A democracy and a republic are two opposing forces. But hey, just twist history. Don't, actually deal in facts, just feelings. Just tell people what feels good.
Now, I appreciate all my Democratic and Republican colleagues who have joined our ranks of coup fighters, who have stood up for our democracy, who stand tall for our republic, and who believe in an ideal greater than ourselves, larger than our political parties. That ideal is America. And Senator Cruz, he knows this. On January 20th, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States. He knows that President-elect Biden won more votes than any president in history and more than 7 million more votes than President Trump.
Believe that.
Despite the unfounded conspiracy theories Senator Cruz touts, he knows that high-ranking officials in President Trump's own Homeland Security Department have concluded that the 2020 election was, quote, the most secure in American history.
Trust the swamp.
And if he wants to improve the numbers in his own party that he just mentioned of people believing in our elections, maybe he should start consulting with them. Or maybe he should start consulting with former Attorney General Barr, who said that he has found no evidence of widespread fraud in the 2020 election.
Because
we don't have to go back to 1877, my colleague. Senator Cruz knows that 80 judges, including conservative judges, including judges confirmed in this chamber, nominated by President Trump, has thrown out these lawsuits, calling them baseless, inadequate, and contrary both to the plain meaning of the constitutional text and common sense. And he knows that all 10 living defense secretaries, including both of Trump's defense secretaries, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, William Cohen, he knows that all these leaders have come together to say that these scurrilous attacks on our democracy must stop, and we must allow for a peaceful transition of power. Senator Sinema will fill you in on the specific facts as to why this election was sound and true in Arizona, but a summary. President Trump received 1,661,686 votes in the state. President-elect Biden won 1,672,143 votes, meaning that he won the state by 10,457 votes. On November 30th, after Arizona's Republican governor, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and the conservative Chief Justice of the Arizona Supreme Court certified the results of the election, the governor actually said, "We do elections well here in Arizona. The system is strong." 8 post-election lawsuits brought in Arizona to challenge the results were dismissed by judges. 9 members of the House from Arizona were elected in the same election, including 4 Republicans. And colleagues, I did not see Senator Cruz over at their swearing in the House of Representatives last Sunday asking for an audit. He did not stop their swearing in because there was no fraud. And he did not ask for an audit because we had a fair election. I will end with this. My friend Roy Blunt, my fellow Rules Committee leader, many years ago found a statue, a bust of a man at the top of a bookcase. He did research. He went to the historians, and all he could find out was that no one knew who this guy was, except that he was a cleric. Hence, the statue is called the Unknown Cleric. Now, at the time, our leaders thought this man important enough that they would warrant a statue for him. But today, no one knows who he is. Senator Blunt's message to school kids and senators alike that visit his office when he shows them the statue, what we do here is more important than who we are. Senators, what matters is not our futures, not our own short-term destinies. What matters is our democracy's destiny. Because I think many of us know that people will not know who we are 100 years from now or 200 years from now. But what they will know is this. They will know what we did today, how we voted today, and that is more important than who we are. It's a republic if we can keep it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Pennsylvania, Senator Toomey.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I intend later to address the specifics of Pennsylvania if and when an objection is raised with regard to Pennsylvania. For now, I want to address my remarks to what I think is the fundamental question being posed by the objectors. And that is, does Congress have the constitutional authority to decide which states' electoral college votes should be counted and which should not, based on how well we think they ran their elections? This is what the objectors are really asking us to do, to federalize elections by rejecting electoral college votes from states whose processes they say they disapprove of, and thereby having Congress select the President of the United States instead of the American people. The answer, Mr. President, is no, there is no such authority under the Constitution. The Constitution assigns to the states the responsibility to conduct elections. It's clear in Article 2, Section 1. It leaves courts with the responsibility to adjudicate disputes, and it assigns to Congress the ministerial function of counting ballots, except for extreme circumstances, such as when a state sends competing slates of electors to Congress. Which brings me to the 1877 precedent. Some objectors claim to merely want a commission to conduct an audit and then let states decide whether to send different electors. Well, first, the situations are not at all analogous. In 1877, Congress had before it 2 slates of electors from several states. Here, there are no Trump electors from swing states. There's just Biden electors. Second, legislatures from the swing states, they've already spoken. They've made their decision. They've chosen not to send us alternative electors. Third, a commission, really? Completely impractical, and we all know it, with 14 days to go before a constitutionally mandated inauguration. But look at it this way. If the objectors are right, and it really is Congress's job to sit in judgment on the worthiness of the state's electoral processes, then what's the criteria for acceptable election processes? What investigations have been conducted of these processes? What body has deemed that certain states' processes?
Okay, so here's the deal. You know, you fix all this, and you fix all this very easy. You make people accountable for their vote. People show up in person, they prove who they are, and they vote. That's the way you fix this. No drop boxes, none of this other BS, no freaking mail-in ballots for every damn body. But see, that's why Democrats have fought so hard for this. That's why they want more drop boxes. That's why they want everybody to have mail-in ballots. So me and my wife could have voted in Georgia and Alabama. We got mail-in ballots at our old address in Georgia. Because before I moved from Georgia, I temporarily used my parents' address while I was transitioning everything. Before I fully moved. So me and the wife both got absentee or mail-in ballots unrequested from the state of Georgia. Now, am I to believe that me and my wife were the only 2 people in the state of Georgia that happened to? Or the only 2 people in the country that happened to? You think there aren't dishonest people out there who would take those votes, write them up and turn them in? because they didn't signature match Georgia. They didn't go back and audit voter rolls and signature matches. They just recounted ballots that were turned in. They didn't do any investigation in that. So all they did was just told the same lie again. Fulton County water main break ended up being a leaky toilet. We got to shut everything down. These 87,000 ballots or whatever, mail-ins, we can't count those yet. It's just fucking, man. Just sit there and take it. Nothing to see here. 2024 is more than likely going to be the same shit show, if not worse, than 2020 was. Because nothing was addressed in 2020. Nothing. We can hold free and fair elections in fucking Iraq, but we can't somehow figure that out for each state in the United States. 500, what's up, brother man? Welcome to the shit show. We're going through old memories here.
Are unacceptable. What opportunities were these states given to challenge the findings? Why are the objectors objecting only to swing states that President Trump lost? What about the ones he won? I don't know, North Carolina. What about California? They have ballot harvesting, I'm told. If this is all supposed to be Congress's job, you'd think we'd have answers to these questions and procedures in place because we would have done this every 4 years, right? But we don't.
Well, no,
because it's not our job.
The fact that you've been fucked on every election.
If we adopt this new precedent that we sit in judgment of states' processes, then we're federalizing the election law. We would necessarily have to establish the permissible criteria and rules for the state's elections. The ballot harvesting example, it's illegal in some states. It's encouraged in others. Does it become mandatory or forbidden depending on who's in control of Congress? And as the leader pointed out, it would be the end of the Electoral College. And the Electoral College is the mechanism by which the people select the president. But if Congress gets to decide which states get to vote in the Electoral College, then clearly Congress is selecting the president, not the people. Whichever party controls both houses of Congress would control the presidency. The public would never tolerate Congress picking the president instead of themselves, so they'd abolish the Electoral College, as many of our colleagues would like to do. And the end of the Electoral College, of course, means the nation will be governed by a handful of big blue states and regions that can drum up very large numbers. Mr. President, the Constitution does not assign to Congress the responsibility to judge the worthiness of state election processes, nor its adherence to its rules. That's the responsibility of the states and the courts. Let me conclude with this. I voted for President Trump. I publicly endorsed President Trump. I campaigned for President Trump. I did not want Joe Biden to win this election. But there's something more important to me than having my preferred candidate sworn in as the next president.
Yeah, your position.
And that's to have the American people's chosen candidate sworn in as the next president. A fundamental defining feature of a democratic republic is the right of the people to elect their own leaders. It's now our duty, it's our responsibility to ensure that that right is respected in this election and preserved for future elections. I urge you, vote against this objection.
See,
Democratic leader.
Mr. Vice President, Senator from the great state of Arizona, Senator Sinema.
Senator from.
And we'll listen to her, and we're going to listen to a few things. I'm just going to let a bunch of stuff ride. But the fact is if we did have a true constitutional republic that was governed by our Constitution and restrained government as it should, none of this would be an issue. It wouldn't matter whether you had a Democrat in office, a Republican in office, an independent in office. It wouldn't matter if you put a fucking chimpanzee up there, because they would all be governed by the constitutional restraints. The president wouldn't affect my daily life. The asshole wouldn't be able to go through and write an executive order that basically makes me a criminal for owning one thing or another. It wouldn't be able to write an executive order and make me a criminal or write an executive order to control what I own or what I don't own. But that's not the world that we live in. All these people mentioning democracy they aren't shitting you. They want democracy because they want the mob rule. They want the power. And you little people out there, me, my little short fat ass, well, I can just eat a bag because, you know, I'm worthless unless I'm serving a purpose like, I don't know, funding their taxes. And I get no say-so. Oh, well, you get a vote. My vote doesn't count for anything. Not when there are people out there harvesting ballots and just turning shit in. Not when there are people there that don't honestly count ballots, who honestly don't, you know, check and see chains of custodies and all that. I mean, we are so far away from our constitutional grounded republic. And Klobuchar, it's a republic if you can keep it. Democracy, democracy, democracy. It's because we don't have that republic anymore. And yeah, Lincoln fucking killed it.
From Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to share the facts about Arizona's recent election and to urge my colleagues to step away from divisive political rhetoric and step towards renewing Americans' faith in our democracy. The 2020 Arizona election was a success, not for any one party or individual, but as a demonstration of the will of the voters. A record 80% of registered voters participated, thanks to local Arizona election officials who ensured our system worked and our laws were upheld. Arizona has offered early voting for more than 100 years, and our vote-by-mail system includes strict safeguards. All ballots include tracking mechanisms and tamper-resistant envelopes. Election staff are trained to authenticate signatures, and Arizona imposes severe criminal punishments for ballot tampering. The Arizona election produced bipartisan results in which members of both parties won races, and these results have been confirmed by stakeholders across the political spectrum. The Republican chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors said, "No matter how you voted, this election was administered with integrity, transparency, and in accordance with Arizona state laws." The Republican Speaker of the Arizona State House rejected calls for the legislature to overturn the election, saying, "As a conservative Republican, I don't like the results of the presidential election, but I cannot and will not entertain a suggestion that we violate current law to change the outcome." 8 challenges contesting the Arizona election were brought to federal and state courts. All 8 were withdrawn or dismissed, including a unanimous ruling by the Arizona Supreme Court. The Chief Justice wrote, "The challenge fails to present any evidence of misconduct or illegal votes, let alone establish any degree of fraud or a sufficient error rate that would undermine the certainty of the election results." During a recent committee hearing, I asked a simple question of the former Director of Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security. Did he find any evidence disputing the integrity or fairness of Arizona's election? His answer was simple: no. Arizona and our 15 counties should be congratulated for running a secure election. Perhaps the most heartening demonstration of Arizona's election success is Jocelyn from Phoenix. Jocelyn is 18 years old and was a first-time voter in 2020. So was Rachel from Tucson, and 1,000 more Arizonans who for the first time exercised their constitutional right to decide their own leaders. Today's challenge to Arizona's election fails any factual analysis. More disturbingly, it seeks to rob Jocelyn and Rachel and more than 3 million Arizonans of a free, fair election. Those of us who are trusted with elected office are first and foremost public servants. We serve our constituents. We do not seek to substitute our personal ambitions for the will of the American people.
People don't serve you.
Our system allows for a continuous contest of ideas. And those voters who support the losing side of a free, fair election have not been disenfranchised. Rather, they maintain just as an important a voice in America's future. And leaders have a duty to serve all of our constituents, including those who voted for other candidates. Great leaders in our history face the choice of whether to take an action strengthening our democracy, even if a different action would better serve their political ambitions. Many are revered today because they chose our republic over their self-interests, including my personal hero, Senator John McCain. Following his presidential loss, Senator McCain said, "The American people have spoken. Senator Obama and I have argued our differences, and he has prevailed. Whatever our differences, we are fellow Americans." He spoke to the nearly 60 million Americans who voted for him, saying, "It is natural tonight to feel some disappointment, but tomorrow we must move beyond it and work together to get our country moving again." Senator McCain was right. Today we have serious, significant work to do, beating this pandemic and reviving our economy. I urge my colleagues to follow the example of Senator John McCain and so many others. Reject this meritless challenge and uphold the will of Arizona.
Okay. Let's hang on right here for just a second. Let's talk about my man, spineless John McCain. People may have called him a so-called Republican. To me, I don't give a shit about Republicans these days because they're all spineless bastards who are all worried about keeping their own power and position. John McCain was one of the ones. He was one of the original ones to push that fake-ass Russian dossier about Trump. Now, I don't think Trump's a great person. I think he's a fucking moron. I've got zero faith in that dude at all. Especially after he got in office and then just started employing all the swamp critters. Bill Barr, fucking all these numbnuts for the FBI and stuff like that. Just left them in place. Trump did a couple of good things. He was trying to get our border unfucked. He was doing some pretty good stuff internationally. And yeah, he stood up to some dictators. People say, "Oh, you're going to get us into World War III. You're calling this the guy Little Rocket Man." Dude, I'd have called him way fucking worse. Trump took some hard stands on things. He took some good stands on things. And on other things, he took really shitty stands, mainly on, firearms and just employing people that are in the swamp. But John McCain, thank him for his service in Vietnam. Sorry you went through so much pain, but for the rest of your life, you were a piece of shit. You were a spineless piece of shit. You did nothing but support big government. Who did nothing but make deals with Democrats that trampled on our freedoms. Another one of these democracy guys. Democracy is anti-freedom. Period. That's why our founders wanted a republic. There are certain elements of democracy built into it where people get to vote for leaders and stuff like that. But originally, not everybody voted. You had to have skin in the game to vote. Our founders warned that when people basically started to vote for their own interest to get free shit from the government, that this republic was done. And they were completely fucking right. Yeah, China's a democracy. Yeah, look at them. Again, democracies are mob rule. Whether you have a smaller portion of people that are just louder than the rest, or whether you have a majority of useful fucking idiots, the people who actually believe in freedom are the ones who are going to lose every single time, because, hey, it's the law, even though that law is completely unconstitutional. And our founders, through our history, our greatest leaders have said, if it is not constitutional, it should be ignored. You know, legal man talking. I did a show with him. I got to do another show with him one day, talking about jury nullification. You know, that's one way we could get out of this really peacefully, is if people would just not convict on unconstitutional shit. Someone goes to fucking, court, they get trapped up for having a machine gun or something like that, and they go in front of the jury, and the jury goes, did he hurt anybody with it? No, he didn't hurt anybody with it. He just had this thing. And if the jury would go, well, fuck, we ain't convicted, that would take that power out of the government's hands and put it back in the people's hands. However, 70 years of leftist education, and people think, well, we got all of this. We have to convict. They broke this law. That law is unconstitutional. Doesn't matter. It's a law. All through this time during COVID, which, we were still dealing with shit here, you had police arresting people for not having masks on. And then if those people resisted, well, guess what? They got charged with felonies for resisting arrest. And people went to fucking jail over it. Absolutely unconstitutional. Absolutely antithetical to freedom. But here we are. And this just gets worse, guys. Sorry. I said, Joe Biden putting hundreds of judges on federal courts, circuit courts, district courts. That's not going to improve our situation any. And Barack Obama was right when he said elections have consequences. And they will have consequences for a lifetime and longer. It will be well into my kids' lifetime at this point, unless something seriously changes. Yeah, that pisses me off. It leaves me in an extremely ill mood.
Voters. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Oklahoma, Senator Lankford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, in America, we settle our differences in elections. What happens if you don't trust the election count, or you're concerned that so many courts denied or dismissed cases within hours after they were given thousands of pages of evidence? The reason we have a Congress to settle our nation's divisions and the rules of the Senate make sure that every opinion in the nation is heard is so issues like this can be addressed. The constitutional crisis in our country right now is that millions of Americans are being told to sit down and shut up. Their opinions matter. During the electoral challenge on January the 6th, 2005, Senator Ted Kennedy stood on this floor and said this. He said, "I commend the many thousands of citizens in Massachusetts and other states who insisted on treating today's electoral vote count in Congress as a meaningless ritoal would be an insult to our democracy unless we register our own protest against the obviously flawed voting process that took place in so many states. We are hopeful," he said, "that this major issue that goes to the heart of our democracy is now firmly implanted on the agenda for effective action by Congress." End quote. I agree. The United States Constitution does not allow me to assign different electors to a state, nor should it. The United States Constitution does not give the option to the Vice President of the United States to just unilaterally decide which states are in and out, and it should not. Each state decides its electors through its people. But a small group of senators, including myself, have demanded that we not ignore the questions that millions of people are asking in our nation. So we have proposed a constitutional solution. Pause the count. Get more facts to the states before January the 20th. We proposed a 15-member commission, just like what was done after the failed election of 1876. We're encouraging people to spend 10 days going through all the issues so states can have one last opportunity to address any challenges. Then the states, as the Constitution directs, would make the final decision on their electors. I have some colleagues who have said that a 10-day commission is not enough time. So they have counter-proposed, just ignoring the lingering questions. We need to do something. My challenge today is not about the good people of Arizona.
No.
Then we'll stand in recess until the call of the chair.
We'll pause.
Protesters are in the building.
Thank you.
All right, so that's that one. Let's see, is it this one? This was part 3. Hold on, because I want to find. Let me look at something real fast. There was another one that I had up earlier that I want to find. Because I want to find.
Well, the Senate has gone into recess, subject to the call of the chair. They could be back momentarily. We're just unsure at this point. Members are listening to debate as the Electoral College vote count is taking place today. We'll bring you live coverage.
Let me see if this is it. I'll pull this. Give me just a sec, guys. I gotta find this. I haven't looked at this stuff in a while, so let me see. Hold on, let me back this up. This might be it. I'm trying to find the one that's right when they came back in session, and I think this is it.
With the indulgence of the senators. Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol.
And look at Mike Pence's.
But thanks to the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police,
Agorizer, what's up, my brother?
Law enforcement, the violence was quelled. The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our.
Now, speaking of loss of life, the only people who died as a direct result of January 6th, well, it wasn't any cops, it wasn't any law enforcement, it wasn't any senators, it wasn't any Congress people. This was actually Babbitt, and I was trying to find the video that had the best view of what happened here. And I couldn't find the exact one that I looked at before. But I want to look real quick because you're fixing to see what a murder looks like. An assassination. And what you see here is, I'm going to make that bigger so we can kind of see. So what we'll look at here is all the Congress people standing on the other side of the doors. They've got some security with them. On the side of the doors where the cameraman's standing right now, to his right are actual law enforcement officers that, they allowed people to come in. Now, understand at this point, so-called law enforcement had already escalated this to where people were pissed. They got hurt. Innocent people in that Capitol got fucking beat down by cops. Cops pepper sprayed people and kicked things off. They escalated it to where, yeah, people were screaming and yelling, but they weren't violent. They weren't violent until the police escalated it, along with help from feds like Ray Epps and some other, internal actors that were there to escalate things. But look at this. You see the officer standing there. You'll see this dude come up. He starts beating on windows, breaking windows. Now, could they have been standing there beating the hell out of those police officers standing there? Yeah, they could have. But they weren't. But take a look. Let's watch. Like I said, this isn't the perfect one because there's about 4 or 5 different angles of this. Cops are still standing there to the right, over here on the right-hand side. Congressmen, securities, pushed all kinds of shit against the doors and stuff. All right, when they're screaming, he's got a gun, what they're talking about is on the other side of these doors, to the left, is this security officer who flat out murders Ashley Babbitt. And I mean, flat out executes her. There's Ashley going through the door. You can barely see it in this angle. That's her backpack. That dude stepped up, took a shot, shot her dead in the neck. She's unarmed. She wasn't being violent. She's coming through the door. That would have been an easy arrest. You had 9 people on the other side of that door. You couldn't handle one woman. Instead, you absolutely execute her. That was the death, or one of the deaths on January 6th, directly caused by the police. Sit down, shut up, take it. Now, I think her family's got a lawsuit, a wrongful death lawsuit in now. We'll see where that goes. I'll be interested to see the evidence from that case if they produce it. And if I can find the other shots of this, or the, no pun intended, the other angles on this, I'll show it. But that dude absolutely steps up and executes her. So, but hey, what does it matter? You know, if she had the nerve to question an election.
Our capital today. And we will always be grateful. The men and women who stayed at their posts.
And this, let me make this point real fast, and I'm going to make myself a little bigger on the screen. If Mike Pence was halfway worth of shit, he would have been able to walk out in front of that crowd, make his case, and actually de-escalate that whole situation. But no, don't question your rulers. And that fucker still wants to be basically the leader of the so-called free world. All those senators, all those Congress people are fucking wimps. And it should piss everybody off who has any sense of honor and decency to be ruled over by people like this with no sense of honor and no sense of decency. Talk about Mike Pence. Well, he won't be alone, in a room with a woman or something like that. Okay, I don't want to be alone with any other women but my wife. But he doesn't do that out of a sense of honor or decency. He's done that to try to protect his political career. Doesn't make him an honorable person. It makes him a fucking political critter.
To defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our capital today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house.
Yeah, the people in power's house.
And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy.
Again, there goes
even
our
in the wake of
democracy.
unprecedented.
I'm going to let this play again for a little bit, but let me make a point. Those halls of Congress, those hallowed halls, they deserve less respect than a shit truck stop bathroom at this point. They deserve less reverence than a construction site porta potty full of shit in June. As much reverence those halls should get these days, because they've been so perverted by these bastards. And that may hurt some people's feelings. Some people may not like the fact that I said that. Oh, these hallowed halls. You are being ruled by people with no honor, no decency. Bunch of pedos, bunch of rapists, bunch of racists. That's who you're ruled by. That's who's running those halls and has run those halls for a very long time now. Decades upon decades. There may be a couple of honorable people up there. I think a couple. I think Chuck Roy's okay. I think Ted Cruz is okay. I'm not a huge fan. He looks like an adult Eddie Munster. But for the most part, these so-called Republicans up there are controlled opposition. They are there for the show. They will talk their fighting for your rights, and they're right out to lunch with the Democrats, and they're making deals back room all day long and putting it to you. America as a republic, governed by the consent of the governed, is a myth. At this point. I am in no way, shape, or form a perfect person. I have so many flaws. I could spend days on this channel just going through them. But I at least have a sense of honor sense of honesty. I'm not going to get up here and lie to anybody. If things went the way I would like to see them go, you would live in a free country where the government wouldn't have control over every single aspect of your life. It would be freedom. Yes, freedom is dangerous. But people have lived so long in this sheltered government do it for me mentality that they're just lost. And they want to give government more control. Government is a cancer that is killing you. And they're promising you that more cancer will cure the cancer. And all it's leading to is more death. They will lie to you to get you in wars, to send our sons and daughters off to go fight and die. I believe there are honorable causes to do stuff like that. Taliban and ISIS and, those people should be defeated. Do we have to send all of our sons over there to die for that? No, we could do it. And we had done it very successfully with small unit operations. Did we have to be there? No. Are those people evil, and do I care whether they catch a fucking drone? Nope. They should. They should catch them all day long. There is not a threat to the United States that should not understand that if you mess with us, well, you're just not going to make it. But these people aren't about that. They are about the power and the control. And guess what? Wars make them rich. Defense contracts, all that. They give zero shits about any of our people that went over and fought and died, got sick, come back home. Nothing. They don't care about none of that. They care about their power. They care about their control. They care about their money, their positions, and their titles. And until the vast majority of American people, or even a smaller majority of American people, until they wake up to that fact, then this is just going to get worse.
Violence and vandalism at this Capitol. The elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States.
The system is not working, and I'm too short.
Let's get back.
Well, then you're going to have to wait until I get it. Okay. Yeah, 500, you're right. I mean, it's what did it say? Two wings of the same bird?
And that was the Vice President about 20 minutes ago when the Senate came
We're
back
just catching
into
the
session,
shit.
according to the Vice President's press secretary, Devin O'Malley. Vice President Mike
Papers, television. We need to look at
returned at 8:15.
And will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed.
This is right when they hit the floor.
And President Trump has refused to give any evidence. Refused.
That's Darnell. We're going to Jacoby, Tucson. Hi.
Remembrance of speeches that happened as soon as they hit the floor after everybody was pushed out. Senate debate. I want to find part one of the House debate. Electoral College, part one. Hold on, this might be it. I know this is labeled as it, but I'm trying to figure out whether this is what I was looking for.
Your company has to do an emergency pivot, which means the marketing team will have to redo all the marketing material for the new.
Challenges and speed things along if they do things like return their time.
Okay, so Catherine Tully McManus will come back to you. The House is gavelled in.
In the Speaker's announced policies of January 4th, 2021, in accordance with the guidance and advice of the attending physician. Members advised to remain in the chamber only if they are participating in debate and must wear a mask at all times, even when under recognition for debate. Members must also practice proper social distancing when present in the chamber. Let the record show that there is a gross violation of this guidance from the attendants on the Republican side of the aisle. Please, in the interest of your own health and as an example to the American people, abide by the numbers, now up to 25 on each side of the aisle, to participate.
This one,
in this stage
one
of the
might have been
development, okay?
before.
Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 and Section 17 of Title III of the United States Code.
So let me go back to
when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of.
Yeah, let me go back to part two because I want it where they came back after the erection happened. Because there were some of these guys that gave some speeches, man, that are freaking, if they don't bore your blood, nothing will.
Your company has to do an emergency pivot, which means the marketing team will have to redo all the marketing material for the new product launch.
And here on C-SPAN, we'll take you back live to the House
Mega
floor.
Million lottery than you do having statistical issues here. Over 30,000 illegal aliens voted in Arizona using the federal ballot. Yet our Secretary of State refused the public access to review the ballots. Over 1,000 residences were visited for proof of residency and address. 456 failed that test. They were vacant lots. Even the recorder's office used as addresses.
And all that's
what are they
documented.
hiding? If the process was fair, if these would be improbable, these would be once in a lifetime type applications. So let's look at the ballots, the signatures, and the adjudicated records. Until this is done, Mr. Speaker, we should not count this slate. You have a letter from the Arizona legislature stating its intent to review the issue on January 11th. Our governor has refused to allow the state to properly convene to do its proper oversight. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I ask you one question today. Are you a ceremonial figurehead in your current role? Or did the drafters of the 12th Amendment and Congress in the Electoral Count Act of 1887 envision a role where you made discretionary decisions about ballot fraud and fair elections? If you were merely ceremonial, then let's be done with this. Let's eat our tea and crumpets and witness our national decline.
If all of this was
But if you're not
addressed
merely a
before the
ceremonial,
election,
but vested with
like it
discernment,
should have been,
rationality, and legal authority,
none of this would have been an
to
issue.
not just count from 1 to 270, then do not accept Arizona's electors as certified. Remand the slate back to the Secretary of State, back to the governor with the following instructions. Until a full, complete electoral forensic audit is allowed by the Secretary of State, the electors currently certified will not be counted. It will then fall on the state of Arizona to decide, does its electors, are they in the game or not? Anything less is an abdication of our Constitution, our republic, and our ethos. One man, one vote. We ask why? What is there to hide? Shouldn't the lawful victor of an election be proud, open, transparent about an election audit? I would. Instead, we were met with denials, cover-ups, and contempt of subpoenas. There's too much evidence of fraud demonstrated by statistical anomalies that experts have determined cannot happen in the absence of fraud to accept such a slate. I'm not asking these electors never be counted. It's just that they need to be certified the proper way. Our beloved Constitution is but a mere piece of paper if we do not follow the law, upholding the law. But now, at last, we find ourselves lawless, destroying the very thread that binds us together. But we need to get back to the rule of law. That is what has been violated, truly, by the actions in these states.
The gentleman's time has expired. Without objection, the House is going to go back into recess.
You can hear the Democrats screaming back there, although they have contested votes for every single Republican president. It's okay when they do it. Let me go. Let's see. Part one. Let me hit this one.
Your company has to do an emergency pivot, which means the marketing team will have to redo all the marketing material for the new.
Always overcome our challenges. Yield the floor.
The chair will address the chamber. Today, a shameful assault was made on our democracy. It cannot, however, deter us from our responsibility to validate the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. For that reason, Congress has returned to the Capitol. We always knew that this responsibility would take us into the night and will stay as long as it takes. Our purpose will be accomplished. We must and we will show to the country and indeed to the world that we will not be diverted from our duty,
live streams I was watching,
that we will respect our responsibility to the Constitution and to the American people. On Sunday, it was my great honor to be sworn in as Speaker and to preside over a sacred ritual of renewal as we gathered into this dome of this temple of democracy to open the 117th Congress. I said that as we were sworn in,
Temple of democracy.
We accept a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generation of leadership has ever faced. We know that we're in difficult times.
Yeah, I know.
But little could we
this
have
all
imagined
translates into
the
what's happening
assault
with the courts
that was
now,
made on our
what's happening
democracy
with the firearms
today.
cases right now,
To those who
challenges to the
strove
Second
to
Amendment.
deter us from our
All of this is
responsibility,
leading to that.
you have failed. To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done.
There is
Today,
no justice in a democracy.
January 6th is the Feast of the Epiphany. On this day of revelation, let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal. In that spirit of healing, I evoke the song of St. Francis. I usually do. St. Francis is the patron saint of my city of San Francisco.
Yeah, they get all reverent.
Song of St. Francis
The halls
is
of
our
Congress.
anthem. Lord, make me
Give
a
a shit
channel
about
of
cities
thy
getting
peace.
burnt down.
Where there is darkness, may I bring light.
They
Where
encourage
there is
that.
hatred, let us bring love.
But when
Where there is
people
despair,
brought
let
their
us bring
grievances
hope.
to the Capitol,
We know
well,
that
no,
we will be part of history in a
you
positive
get
way
all
today,
reverent.
every 4 years, when we
These people, man.
demonstrate again the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And despite the shameful actions of today, we still will do so. We will be part
How many years did
of a history
put in his
that shows the world
Pelosi's desk?
what America is made of. That these This assault is just that. It shows the weakness of those who had to show through violence what their message was. My colleagues, it's time to move on. I wear this pin quite frequently. Actually, I gave it to our beloved John Lewis just the weekend or so before he left us. And it's a flag of the country, a flag of the United States of America. On it, it says, one country, one destiny. One country, one destiny.
People wonder why
written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny. So on this holy day of Epiphany, let us pray. I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth, and it will begin with us. Let us pray that God will continue
peace on earth
to
only
bless
exists
America.
among people of goodwill.
And with that, let us proceed with our responsibilities
people of
to the
goodwill.
Constitution, to which we have just within 72 hours taken the oath to uphold. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day in America. It is a wrenching day in America. It is a day in which our words and our actions have had consequences of a very, very negative nature.
Barton, you might be right. He's a big fan of communion
our words
and boxed wine.
And think what it may mean.
Like $1,000 a pint ice cream. I'm sure she can afford some good wine.
My remarks were written before the tragic, dangerous, and unacceptable actions. And unacceptable is such a
how dare the people bring
word.
their grievances to the actual government? They're supposed
My
to be
remarks
burning down
started
their
with
neighbors'
Madam
windows.
Speaker. The American
That's
people
what
today are witnessing one of the greatest challenges to our democracy in its 244-year history. Little did I know that this Capitol would be attacked by the enemy within.
You guys knew stuff
I
was
was
going to
here on
break off.
9/11 when we
That's
were
why
attacked
Nancy and them wouldn't
by the
let
enemy
the guard
without.
be there. That's why they put the provocateurs in with the crowd. That's why they allowed the police to escalate
We need
violence.
to all work together
Because they
to
knew it was
tame
going to be the narrative
and
of the
reduce the
century.
anger. And yes, the hate that some stoke. What some, not all, Madam Speaker, but some in this House and in this Senate are doing today will not change the outcome of the election, which is the clear and insurmountable victory of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions. This was written before this Capitol was assaulted. Before this democracy was put aside by thousands. Encouraged by the Commander-in-Chief. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions, as I said, among people and energize conspiracy theories stoked by our foreign adversaries, which seek to erode America's confidence in our democracy and our system of free and fair elections. I was here in 2000. I was strongly in favor of Al Gore for president. And my candidate got more votes than the other candidate. His name was George Bush, of course. And one of the saddest days was January 20th of 2001, when our candidate, who won the election, in my view, was not elected.
I mute myself. So he's admitting he's an election denier, and he has been before, which he has been for every Republican that's been elected. They've disputed everything. They turned Florida into a complete shit show. They took overseas ballots from military personnel and got them discounted. They pulled about every dirty trick that they could try to pull to get Al Gore in office. You don't remember all the pregnant Chad, the hanging Chad. That Chad was punched almost all the way through, but it's still hanging by a thread. So that person didn't mean to vote for the Republicans, so that vote shouldn't count. That was all the arguments these assholes were making. Lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And they've done that in every election. Difference is with this election, man, they had COVID going for them. And they just manipulated the whole thing. Pennsylvania, they said fuck their constitution. I mean, they just changed the shit without going through the proper processes. So their whole election was absolutely unconstitutional. But hey, doesn't matter. Joe Biden. All the evidence, like guy was talking about before, going to hundreds of addresses of supposed to be registered voters. Empty lots, vacant houses, some houses with a couple hundred people registered to them. That's all documented stuff. Independent journalism, Steven Crowder and a bunch of others went around and took voter rolls and went around to addresses in multiple cases. Absolutely fraudulent, but no evidence. Fulton County water main break, leaky toilet. Again, nothing's changed. Matter of fact, Democrats are fighting even harder to make this even worse in 2024. Wonder why the election turned up so screwy in 22? Where Democrats were projected to lose their asses. Wonder how it happens in 2020 when every indication had Trump winning. Go to sleep, all of a sudden Biden's president.
But it was also one of the proudest moments of my career, because the greatest power on earth passed peacefully, from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. Not a shot was fired. Nobody assaulted this caucus or this Congress or this chamber. Because we were not disappointed? No. Because we were not angry? No. Because we believe in democracy. We believe in we the people. And the way the people, one of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people. If those were the people, we're in a lot of trouble. Our electoral system, our democratic system, however, did not break under the strains of the misinformation,
Don't question your rules.
the claims of fraud,
Don't bring your
which
grievances
court
to
after
after
court
they
after
shut you
court
down
have
every time you
dismissed
try to do it
out of
peacefully.
hand.
And
Not
and
because there was a
then
little evidence, because
attack
there was
you and you defend
no
yourself. No,
evidence.
evil people, insurrectionists.
That's why we're the longest lasting constitutional democracy in the world. I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's the case. Because, as Dick Gephardt said on this floor many years ago, democracy is a substitute for war to resolve differences. It proved once more the ever-beating strong heart that gives life to our republic and our freedoms.
I'm going to let this
That
run
strength,
for 5.
Madam Speaker, is derived in part from our
I'm going
institution
to go ahead and stop this.
and our laws. But most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution. Not just us, we swear an oath. But it's all of America.
I could swear an oath to that doorknob right now.
Barack Obama
Like, you
spoke
guys
from that chamber and he said, I'm going to be taking another title next year, citizen. He was proud to take that. And every citizen needs to protect, preserve, and uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American. He told his deeply disappointed supporters to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken, not the Congress, not the electors. The people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 84 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory for the same spirit of reconciliation. That was the party of Lincoln.
Yeah, Lincoln, who basically destroyed our country.
That hasn't happened to this hour. Lincoln said, now that the election is over, he asked, may not all, having a common interest, reunite in a common effort to save our common country? Such is the duty of an American who stands for elections or participates in our politics, to be either humble in triumph or gracious in defeat. I've lost some elections, not too many.
Not enough.
And I've won a lot of elections.
What's that was?
And I hope that I've been gracious in defeat and humble in victory.
What about it?
I hope that I put my state and my country first, not myself.
Dude, you've always
It is clear to all that the outgoing president has not followed the path that Stevenson and Lincoln urged. So we, the people, each one of us represents about 750 to 800,000 people, some a few more, less. The people. And they've spoken in the way that our Constitution set for them to be heard by us and by the country. They voted. And they voted pretty decisively.
They harvested ballot.
We, the people, together must turn away from division
ballot.
and its dangers. The senior member of our body, Don Young from Alaska, spoke the other day when we were sworn in and said, ladies and gentlemen of this House, we are so divisive that it's going to destroy our country. We need to reach out and hold one another's hands.
No, brother, we ain't the same. You believe
we all have a title that we honor more than any other.
We ain't the same.
Perhaps parent, perhaps husband.
There is no middle ground.
We are all Americans. Not Americans are, not Americans D. We are Americans.
Yeah, they can
Let us hope today that
over the Constitution.
Tonight, that we act like Americans.
Of America.
Not as D's and R's, but as Americans.
Both in the North and
just as Al Gore, just as Hillary Clinton, just as Adlai Stevenson, just as Abraham Lincoln, who had won that election, of course. But he had defeated people. He said, that's not the issue. The issue is to reunite. We, the people, must again be the strong part of our American democracy. We, the people on this day in Congress, must be agents of unity and constructive action to face the grave threats that confront us and tell those who would assault our Capitol, that is not the American way.
Yeah, the American way, which started out.
And we, the members of Congress, who swore an oath before God to preserve and protect the Constitution of the United States and our democracy, must do so. Now, I don't usually read Senator McConnell's speeches, but I'm not speaking as a Democrat, nor was he speaking as a Republican.
Man, they're so
just a few hours
ago. The American people dared to try to stand up to them.
We're debating a step that has never been taken in American history, whether Congress should overrule the voters and overturn a presidential election.
Not overruling.
He went on to say
it was just ensuring
that he supports a strong state-led voting reform. The Constitution, he said, gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a national board of elections on steroids. The voters, the courts, and the states, the voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken. 5 people said the election of 2000 was over. We didn't agree with them. But Al Gore said, we are a nation of laws. 5 people.
Nation of laws.
Yes, they were members of the Supreme Court, but they were 5 people said the election was
over. Not a
over.
nation of freedom, not a nation governed by a constitution.
And I sat on that podium and saw that power transferred to George W. Bush.
I can't write that.
McConnell went on to say, if we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever. He said that, McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, now 4 hours.
Ask what McConnell says. McConnell's
He went on to say, if this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral.
Democracy needs to die.
He concluded it would be unfair and wrong to disenfranchise American voters and overrule the courts and states on this extraordinarily thin basis. And I will not pretend such a vote would be a harmless protest gesture. How presciently he spoke.
Yep, thus the tyrants.
People who think that the election has been stolen, there's some fraud. Why do they think it? Because the commander-in-chief said so. And they respect him and they follow him.
You know, we thought
and words
saw
matter.
It happen in real time, you jackass.
Repeat as he ended, I will not pretend such a vote would be harmless protest gesture
there was no
while relying on others to do the right thing.
I
will vote to respect the people's decision and
defend
defend our system of government as we
know it. Would all been copacetic.
I urge my colleagues.
But that's not what you lying suckers want.
On this objection, McConnell said, a danger to our democracy. And I yield back the balance of my time.
I hope people will think that to be a danger to democracy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise to the point of personal privilege to address the House for 5 minutes.
This was our
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And this will show you
Madam Speaker.
the fucking swamp rat he always was.
I rise to address what happened in this chamber today, and where do we go from here? The violence, destruction, and chaos we saw earlier was unacceptable, undemocratic, and un-American. It was the saddest day I've ever had as serving as a member of this institution. The Capitol was in chaos. Police officers were attacked. Guns were drawn on this very floor. A woman tragically lost her life.
She didn't lose her life. She was murdered.
No one wins when this building and what it stands for are destroyed. America and this institution is better than this. We saw the worst of America this afternoon, yet in the midst of violence and fear, we also saw the best of America.
Don't question your rules.
It starts with our law enforcement, the Capitol Police, the National Guard.
Yay, we're such cowards. We couldn't address the people that were there.
The FBI, the Secret Service, who faced the most difficult challenges, but did their duty with confidence and strength. Many of them are injured right now. And it also extends to this chamber, where both Democrats and Republicans showed courage, calm, and resolve. I'd like to recognize the members now who helped to hold the line. Mark Wayne Mullen, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Crow, Pat Fallon, and Troy Nels. Working with the Capitol Police, they ensured the floor of this chamber was never breached. These are the heroes among us. Thank you for this round of applause.
It's the people's house. Why would you be worried when the people show up?
Looking back on the past few hours, it is clear this Congress will not be the same after today. And I hope it will be the better. I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment and thinks among themselves that we can disagree with one another, but not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others.
I absolutely have disdain for most of you.
There's many times we debate on this body, and we should. There's many times we can get heated. I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home to express with things I may not see fair or just. But that's the way we should handle things. The majority leader is right. We are all Americans first.
People are honest, and you actually had
But should we also think for a moment, what do we put on social media? What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it, but nobody has a right to become a mob. And we all should stand united in condemning the mob together.
Yeah. Condemn the people who dare question.
We solve problems before our nation not through destruction, but through debate. That is the heart of this democracy. I know what we debate today is tough.
Democracy.
But it's just, it's right. This isn't the first side of the aisle that's ever debated this issue. I thought what Madam Speaker said back in 2005, this is democracy at its best. When they talked about a presidential election in Ohio.
Because democracy doesn't get any better.
These are the moments.
It just gets worse.
That we should raise the issue about integrity and accountability and accuracy in our elections. But you know what we should do, the next difference? Not just raise the issue, but work together to solve the problems.
There is no working together with these people.
Now is the moment. Now is the moment to show America we can work best together. I will tell you, The size of the majority is slim, so it gives us the opportunity to make that happen. The only thing that can hold us back is the will of one another to do it. This side of the aisle always believes in working with anybody who wants to move it forward. That does not mean that we're going to agree 100% of the time. That does not mean our voice cannot be heard. That does not mean we cannot be treated fairly. We should be. That may mean on the size of committees. That means on our ability to offer an amendment. It means on our ability to have our voice. But at the end of the day, it helps us come to a better conclusion. By returning here to complete the work we were sent to do, we are proving that our democracy cannot be disrupted by criminal behavior. We will not falter.
Worst
we will
attack
not
in
bend,
American
and we will
history,
not
and they
shrink
were
from our
back in
duty.
session in a couple hours. Okay.
Let me be very clear. Mobs don't rule America. Laws rule America.
Laws, not constitution.
It was true when our cities were burning this summer, and it's true now.
Listen, you people were pissed when the mobs were burning cities down.
When America,
butt hurt when they brought it to
when Americans go to bed tonight, their lasting memory should not be a Congress overrun by rioters. It must be a resolute Congress conducting healthy debate. We may not disagree on a lot in America, but tonight we must show the world that we will respectfully but thoroughly carry out the most basic duties of democracy. We will continue with the task that we've been sent here to do. We will follow the Constitution and the law and the process for hearing valid concerns about election integrity. We'll do it with respect. We will respect your opinion. We'll respect what you say, and we're willing to listen to it.
And we're just going to
I think the nation will be better for it on both sides of the aisle. Let's show the country the mob did not win. We have a job to do it. Let's do it with pride, and let's be better when the sun rises tomorrow.
Our government is
with
the
that, I yield
most
back, Madam Speaker.
successful criminal organization in history. That's what our government is. They are the most successful criminal enterprise that has ever existed. Whenever they want to do something, they just pass a law to make their shit legal. Not constitutional, but legal. There's a difference. So there's a difference in between a constitutional law, a just law, and a law. We get ruled by unjust, unconstitutional laws passed by absolute tyrants with no honor, with no decency. And if you question it, no, fuck you, man. Just sit down and take that shit. So I'm going to end this one, man. That one's been boiling for a little while. It took a long time to get through. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where it goes. I know it don't get better. Not anytime soon. If we were actually governed by our Constitution, we would be in great shape. But when you have judges sitting on courts that will uphold unconstitutional laws, we ain't getting no better. When you have judges on benches that will uphold actions of a party just because it's that party, it's not going to get better. So we'll see how 2024 goes. But even if we want everything in 2024, it's going to take decades to undo the damage that's been done. to try to balance out judges who will uphold unconstitutional actions by government and government agencies. Putting our faith in courts a lot of the times when courts have proven to be hit or miss at best. Just got another decision, what was it, yesterday, day before, court denying a case, another challenge, I think, in Illinois. Judges who will tell you that your rights are not absolute, even though they were written down as absolute, inalienable rights. So, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll watch John and them. I'll get in a little bit better mood. Crump and them had a good show last night on Rumble. Let me see if I can find it real fast. I'll post a link to their show. From last night. Here it is. So this is their uncensored podcast. So, okay, I threw that in the chat. So that's John and them's uncensored podcast. If you're not over on Rumble, man, follow them over on Rumble. I seriously debated just doing the stream just on Rumble. Because there's still a lot that I want to just blow up on that I'm not. Because I don't know, free speech isn't that right anymore either. We'll see where the rest of this lands, guys. Anyway, perps, I'm gonna let you guys go. Sorry, this show was kind of heavy, especially for the first show I've done for the new year. Hopefully, it reminds you of some things. Hopefully, it jogs some people's memories. Maybe someone who hadn't been exposed to some of this stuff will see it. I don't know. The only real way I have to fight right now is to do shows like this, is to do shows covering the courts and what's happening with our rights. So me just running my mouth is about the only thing I can really do right now. So I'm going to continue to do so as long as I can. Anyway, I love you, perps. You guys all be cool. Go over to John Crump live. He should be starting in a little bit, I think. He normally starts at 5. Watch his show, maybe get in a little bit better mood. And we will catch you guys after a while. Just remember, perps, be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. Maybe one of these days we'll get our republic back. I'm out, man. Love you guys. Later.